Okay, if everyone will take their seat, we'll go ahead and begin. Please take your seats.
So that's what I'm doing.
Absolutely. Let me go back and check it. And you'll moderate from there. You'll MC from there. All right?
Yeah, I just want you
No, absolutely. Well, you'll get the high level thing, and I'll go to
Okay, great.
nitty-gritty.
Okay.
So you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and start. My name is Pam Gregory, and I am the director of the Commission's Accessibility and Innovation Initiative. And our deputy director, Jamal Mazrui, I'm sure he'll be here. I don't see him in the audience now. Jamal, if you're here, can you raise your hand? No, I'm sure he's on his way. Just a few kind of housekeeping announcements. This event is being webcast live at www.fcc.gov/live. And sometime early next week, we expect for this webcast to be archived at the same site. So you'd go to www.fcc.gov live, and then you'd go to past events, and you'll be able to pull up the webcast for today. And the webcast does have open captions. At the same time, we are accepting internet questions, email questions from anyone who might be participating via watching the web. And we have an email address called broadbanddisability@fcc.gov. And someone will receive and be receiving all of the emails, printing them out, and turning them into the appropriate person. Just in case you didn't know, we have a lot of literature today. It's available in regular print. It's available in large print. And in addition, we have flash drives for electronic versions of the event. The only caveat is that you take the flash drive and you insert it, download it, and return the flash drive, okay? We also have a sign-up list if you want us just to send you electronic documents, if that's going to be easier, especially for those people who may be traveling. When you're speaking, it's important that you raise your hand, because what happens is that we have an audio-visual team who's fantastic, but they have a small window, and they have to turn on every microphone. And because there's people here using assistive listening devices, it's critical that only one person speaks at a time, and that you speak using the microphone. So if you're going to say something, raise your hand, and then say what you're going to say. Probably also state your name so everyone can know who you are. And as a reminder, you're welcome to take photos today. We hope that you do, but we do not allow flash photography, just as a reminder, so no flash photography today. If you happen to see someone who's coming in late and they take out their camera or their phone, more likely, and you happen to see them, just ask them not to use flash photography, okay? I am going to introduce Axel LeBeau, who is the director of the G3 ICT, and he's going to make some important remarks about why we're here today.
Thank you very much, Pam, and good morning. And Pam, again, thank you for the great hospitality of the Federal Communications Commission and all the work that the team did here to prepare for this meeting. I'll just give a very short introduction today as to why at G3ICT we are very interested by the topic of broadband adoption for persons with disabilities. Our mission is to promote the digital accessibility dispositions of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. That's all what we do in life. And one of the key factors that we need to take into account is that with 107 countries having ratified the convention today, it is now enforceable in virtually countries that represent 80% of the world population. Article 9 defines accessibility as accessibility to the built environment, transportation, and ICTs, information communications technologies. So it is as compulsory today to have an accessible website or an accessible television program as it is to have a ramp on a public building. And it's a very hard principle to get to sink in the mind of stakeholders in most of those countries which have ratified the convention. In addition to having made accessibility to ICTs a key component of the convention also specifically states that television ought to be accessible as part of access to culture. It also has a lot of disposition on accessibility of the workplace, education, health services, political rights, and so on and so forth. Virtually in every single of those articles, accessibility is mentioned as a key factor, as a condition for persons with disabilities to exercise their full rights. Therefore, it includes all ICT applications, and it certainly includes broadband access. So one of the issues we are also facing is that not only the convention stipulates that accessibility to ICTs is a condition for persons with disabilities to exercise their rights, it also specifically states in Article 9 that governments of countries which have ratified the convention must use the latest technology, including the internet, to offer special services and make sure that those technologies are leveraged to support persons with disabilities. So that means, for example, that government, if you think about it carefully, should have e-learning capabilities, e-health capabilities, e-work capabilities, leveraging broadband. I will leave you with those thoughts. It's a huge revolution worldwide. Every single country is looking at the same solutions. And the reason why at G3ICT we were so grateful to, first of all, Elizabeth Light, who is here, was the first one that drew our attention on it. The FCC last year had published that report showing that a lot of the non-adopters in the US were actually persons with disabilities. And because the United States has probably the best knowledge base and the best statistics on those issues, studying the US case has tremendous value for our global effort. And I am very thankful and very grateful that we can do this meeting here today, because it will contribute for sure to helping understand what's going on, because what's going on here is likely to be very similar in other countries. Thank you very much.
Good morning and welcome. My name is Daniel Aguillon, and I'm the Executive Director of the W3C Digital Inclusion Forum. Just to kind of frame things into context and why we're here today, and why we are taking this initiative. Excuse me? The W3C Digital Inclusion Forum has worked for the last 7 or 8 years on the role and the opportunities to accelerate broadband adoption in local communities. It was also one of the original founders of G3ICT, and most of you know by now what G3ICT does. And so we now happen to be at the intersection of broadband adoption in local communities and ICT for persons with disabilities, which is kind of a very fortuitous position to be in, I would say. And so ever since the National Broadband Plan revealed and confirmed what we suspected, that 39% of the non-broadband adopters were persons with disabilities, we've actually been thinking of how to address those gaps, which are quite dramatic. Just to translate that into some hard numbers, in the United States alone, that means that you'd have somewhere north of about 200 million broadband adopters. It means that you'd have about 100 million non-broadband adopters, and that of those 100 million, 40 million of them are persons with disabilities, give or take. That is a huge amount, a huge gap. That represents, by the way, if you correlate that to the benefits recipients of the Social Security Administrations, which I believe are about 55 million, 54 million, all of a sudden you got 70% of those persons with disabilities that are non-broadband adopters. Creates huge challenges, but also huge opportunities for a variety of stakeholders to actually address those gaps and those issues. So ever since this information was put forth and revealed by Elizabeth Lyle and John Horrigan's work, we actually have been talking to broadband planners and industry, service providers, solution providers, not only in the United States, but on a global basis, and they've all indicated to us the need for greater granularity in order to start acting effectively upon this point, that in and of itself, knowing that 39% of people, of non-adopters are persons with disabilities is very revealing, but it's not actionable. So the purpose today of this meeting is really to get the input from a broad array of stakeholders, government, disabilities organizations, service providers, industry, as to what are the questions that need to be answered in order for this inquiry that we are launching to respond to respond to the needs of the various stakeholders involved. So we've actually structured the day in such a fashion that you're going to have multiple opportunities through 3 different work groups or discussion groups to provide that input. That input is critical to us because that's really what's going to allow us to define the scope and of that inquiry and the methods that will be used to complete it. We're very grateful for the FCC to host this meeting today. Thank you. It is and look forward to hearing from all of you and for you to have a productive day of work. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Pam Gregory again. So today has been the 3rd day that the Commission has been involved with disability technology communications events. So I can't tell you how thankful we are to each and every one of you for your participation in the last 2 days and today. It's important because you're showing a commitment and an engagement in these important issues. And events like this don't just happen, as you all know. So we would like to thank our partners, the W2I, the G3 and at the Commission we would really like to thank the Chairman because he's been so supportive of disability access issues. It's quite remarkable. I'd also like to thank our Bureau Chief, Joel Gurn, and our fearless Disability Bureau Deputy Bureau Chief, Miss Karen Peltz-Strauss, who is an inspiration to all of us every day. One special recognition is to Miss Elizabeth Lyle. And Elizabeth, would you mind standing, please? Elizabeth is the person who wrote the disability portion of the National Broadband Plan. And she, quite frankly, is a genius. She's able to take a lot of data, statistics, concepts, social factors, and blend them all together, and she developed a fantastic report, and one that's still very, very relevant today to all of us. So I want to say and also, she was the person who came up with the concept and the idea and pushed it and promoted it and actually got it printed in the broadband plan, the Accessibility and Innovation Initiative. So I would like to thank Elizabeth for her leadership and for her friendship. Thank you, Elizabeth. Also, I have a very great boss who is just a real go-getter and a quick learner. Her name is Susan McLean. She's over there in the corner waving her hand. And we have a team of people who work with us who you will see helping you throughout whatever you need throughout the day. And they will have a smile on their face, and guess what? That smile is genuine. They're amazing people to work with. So I'd like to thank Mikkel Mora, Kelly Jones, Becky Lockhart, Danny Caldron, Donis Jones, Kayla Hernandez Uroa. Kayla, I'm sorry, you told me how to pronounce it yesterday, and I think I just butchered it. Sherry Dawson, Susan Fazan, Celeste McCrae, and Dana Wilson, who actually happens to be in the Disability Rights Office. We've also worked with the bureaus and offices throughout the Commission, so I'd like to thank Linda Pintro from the International Bureau, Kirk Burgee with the Wireless Competition Bureau, and Jeff Tigner from the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau. All of these people were critical in helping us develop the agenda for today. So now I'm going to go ahead and get to the fun stuff and introduce our keynote speaker, who is Mr. Larry Irving. So Larry Irving is the president and CEO of the Irving Information Group, which is a telecommunications and information technology strategic planning consulting business based in Washington, D.C. He launched the Irving Information Group in 1999. Before that, he worked for Hewlett-Packard, which is the largest technology company in the world, and he was vice president of global government affairs. And before that, he was the head of NTIA, and he served as President Clinton's principal advisor on telecommunications policies pertaining to the U.S.'s economic and technological advancements. He was the principal architect of President Clinton's telecommunications, internet, and e-commerce policies initiatives, and he served as head of NTIA from 1993 to 1999. And he worked on President Obama's transition team on science and technologies. While at NTIA, he authored 3 reports, and you probably have read them, but they're called Falling Through the Net, that highlighted the scope and consequences of the inequities of accessible access to information technology. He was the first person to really take the digital divide by the horns and start to wrestle with it. He was named by Newsweek magazine one of the 50 most influential persons of the year of the internet. And he worked on the Hill for the House Subcommittee, and Did you know that he worked on the Children's Television Act? But this makes something really special. He actually was the one who worked with the consumers in the industry and actually drafted the Television Decoder Circuitry Act. So that's really amazing. And of course, he's worked at law firms, and he's so respected by industry and consumer organizations here in the United States and, of course, internationally. He's married to Leslie Wiley, and he's from Brooklyn, but he lives in D.C. And there's something kind of pertinent, which I actually think is very disability related. One of his favorite quotes is by Frederick Douglass. And the quote goes, "If there is no struggle, there is no progress. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will." And I think that rings true for all of us who work on the disability issues. As a side note, many of you know that I'm a Facebook fan, and I subscribe to Larry's, or I'm friends with Larry, and he puts out articles that are the most fascinating articles that you'll ever read on Facebook. So, and each one is very forward-looking, and a year from now, you'll see it come to realization. He has this innate ability to see what's going to happen in the future and to look at patterns and predict how technology will evolve. So it's my pleasure, and thank you very much for coming, Larry. It's a real honor for us.
Thank you, Pam. That was one of the warmest and most gracious introductions I've ever received, and it's a pleasure for me to be here. It's funny, I carry technology with me everywhere, and the last time I saw somebody come up to a podium with their iPad, it was Chairman Janikowski, and he read his speech from his iPad, and I still have this need to write my speeches the morning I'm going to give them and talk to them off of yellow cards. And I don't read the speeches, but unless I do the exercise, I just don't remember what the heck I'm supposed to say to folks. So I carry my technology, but good old analog yellow pads is still the way I go. It's amazing to be here. It's amazing to see so many people that I've worked with. For me, this is, Pamela and I were talking, it's almost a homecoming. I want to thank Daniel and Pam for inviting me. But I also want to give a shout out to Karen Pelt-Strauss, because throughout my career, I know she's not here this morning, but throughout my career, oh, she is? She did? Oh, you weren't going to be here. I saw, I didn't even see. Throughout my career, she has been a muse and a friend. She kept me honest all those years I was in government and since, and before actually. I've been blessed. I've worked with incredible people. Kathy Brown and Laura Breed and Elizabeth Lyle were my brain trust, and when I was at NTIA. We did some great things, but we did the great things because of the quality of people I worked with. There is no one who can lead any organization if they don't have great people in the organization. And the greatness of NTIA back in the 90s was because of Laura and Kathy and Elizabeth. And I'm looking around this room and all these folks, and I came this morning, I drove my car, and I'm thinking about how I'm going to start my comments, and it's pouring down rain, and I'm stuck behind some idiot who can't drive in the rain, and the people in DC can't drive in rain or snow, barely can drive when it's warm. And I'm thinking about all the smart people that are going to be in the room this morning as I'm speaking, and it reminded me of a story about a guy from Jonestown, Pennsylvania. But he lived about 100 years ago, and he lived during the Jonestown flood. And he lived a pretty ordinary life, except for the couple of weeks of Jonestown flood when he was actually a hero. And he saved 2 or 3 dozen lives just because he was in the right place at the right time and did the right thing. And for the rest of his life, at every family reunion, at every family gathering, at every church opportunity, he would get up and tell stories about his heroism during the Jonestown flood. And it got to the point where people say, oh, Uncle Mark's going to be here again, he's going to tell the story, but he lived to tell that story. He lived a good life, he lived a long life, and he died. And he got to heaven. And he gets to heaven, and St. Peter says, you know, on your first day in heaven, you get to do anything you want to do. What do you want to do your first day in heaven? He says, I know what I want. I want everybody in heaven assembled. I want everybody there, and I want to tell a story. And St. Peter says, we can make this happen. That's what you want, we'll make it happen. So he gets up there, and he's standing at his podium, kind of like this podium, and God's behind him in his celestial throne, and there are all these people, and there are angels with wings in this beautiful place. And St. Peter said, well, I'm going to do the introduction. what do you want to talk about? And he says, I want to talk about the greatest flood and my role in that flood. I want to talk about the Jonestown flood and what I did. And St. Peter says, well, that's okay, but you see that guy in the front row? He says, yeah, that's Noah. And, and as I'm looking around this room, thinking that I'm supposed to talk about technology and the disabled, people with disabilities, I'm kind of feeling a little bit like that guy. And I'm seeing Laura Breeden, my Noah, sitting right in front of me. But we did do some great work, and what we are talking about is important. And it's personal to me. As I get older, as I pass my mid-50s and head to my late 50s, I realized just how much we all take for granted every day of our lives. I've been, Kathy may remember this, halfway through my tenure at NTIA, I contracted a disease and I went blind in my right eye, and I still am. Through a misspent youth, I'm deaf in my left ear. Tell your children that headphones do have consequences. I was a DJ, I put myself through college as a disc jockey, and if you worked at nightclubs and you'd put the cup on one ear and you'd keep it at high decibel so that you could hear the music while you're watching the crowd, and as a result of that, of those 4 years at Northwestern where I did a party every Friday, Saturday for 40 weeks with high decibel headphones, I'm deaf in my left ear and blind in my right eye. And so I understand some of the limitations that living life with disabilities, and I'm now increasingly suffering hearing loss in both ears. And it's a little amusing in that I'm losing hearing at precisely the vocal level when my wife speaks. I swear, that's the truth. And my wife swears whenever I say that. Fortunately, I can't hear her, so it works out pretty well. But I can hear nothing. I can hear TV, I can hear newscasters, I can't hear my wife. I just cannot, nothing she says can I hear. And she doesn't find that amusing for some particular reason. It's the only thing amusing about hearing loss. But when you look at your parents and you look at yourself and you start thinking about disabilities and you realize that that's 15% of the world. That when you think about the families of influence, that's a quarter of the world. That's a huge amount of folks, and what can we do? So my fascination with this started back, and Pam alluded to this, we did the Closed Captioning Act in 1988, 1989, and 1990. And it seems so simple now that you'd put a relatively inexpensive piece of technology in every television set in the country, and you'd close caption, and you'd make television accessible to millions of people. The consumer electronics industry fought us tooth and nail every step along the way. And if it wasn't for Congressman Ed Markey, and if it wasn't for the genius of the Larry Goldberg and Henry Beckton and John Abbott up at WGBH, and if it wasn't for the toughness of Senator Tom Harkin when folks tried to stop it over on the floor of the Senate, it would not have happened. And it took courage and it took conviction, and now everybody's proud of it. But those of us who labored in those vineyards for so many years know that something that seems so easy and so simple and so necessary today was fought because it was going to make television sets become exponentially more expensive. It costs pennies per set, but back then we were told to be $50 or $60, and you're going to hurt all these middle-income people, and it's such a small thing in terms of the cost, and it's such a large thing in terms of the benefit. And I'm proud today I'm on the board of PBS 20 years later, 20-some-odd years later, and we're still looking at ways we can do things at PBS to ensure, because we believe at PBS that we are the light of what television can and should do. And GBH, I think, is a crown jewel in the public broadcasting garb. But what we're trying to do every day at PBS, what GBH is trying to do, what all of us should be trying to do is, what are the little things we can do? What are the little battles we need to fight that are going to have major consequences? We had a similar kind of thought. Universal design is now something that people take for granted, I think. But we still have to continually remind people the universal design for us, I guess, in this room. I'm watching people shake their head, but universal design is so important. When I talk to people at ITU, I know from my tenure at HP, we try to inculcate into everybody the need for thinking about what this means, not just for folks who have no disabilities, but what does this mean for persons with disabilities? How can we make our products so that they are accessible, so that we can reach the entire marketplace instead of just some? And I hope more companies, I know, among my clients in my lifetime have been Verizon and AT&T and others, and I know from my conversations with people like Kathy and Jim Saccone and other folks at the companies I work with, that that's part of what they think is the socially responsible thing to do, and we've got to make sure that more companies build that in. But we talk about universal design, we talk about digital divide, and digital divide today is, again, seems like it's so easy. Who wouldn't care about finding out who's connected and who's not connected? Why isn't it necessary to have information? Let me tell you how it started. It started, and I don't know if it was Elizabeth, I don't know if it was Kathy, I don't know if it was Laura, but I know a group of us were sitting around saying, we don't have all the relevant information we need as to who's connected to this nascent internet thing and who's not. We were doing a program that Laura Breeden was running called TOP, which begat TOP, which begat BTOP, the Telecommunication Information Infrastructure Assistance Program. And we were pioneering taking technologies and putting it into schools and hospitals and libraries and increasing access and taking it to rural America and trying to find ways that no matter where you were, you could use this wonderful thing called the internet to talk to your doctor or to access the Library of Congress or to have distance learning opportunities, all the things we're still talking about today. In 1994, 1993, this was all novel. And without data, you know nothing. And so he said, let's not just think about what this stuff is, let's have a real fundamental understanding of what this country looks like. And the good thing about being Department of Commerce, people describe it as grandma's attic, but the good thing about grandma's attic is a lot of stuff up there. And one of the things, stuff up there is at Department of Commerce is the Census Bureau. So I could walk down the hall to my good friend, then head of the Census Bureau, Everett, like he ran all of this, had this empire, and say, I've got a few $100,000. Can you add some questions to your Census Bureau that you send out for 20,000 or 40,000 people, whatever it was? And Ev agreed to, and Secretary Brown said we're going to do this, and we got such rich data for the first time. And we had a baseline. We really understood where this country was in 94, 95, and believe me, one of the things I'm heartsick about is we tried to get some questions added to the 2000 decennial census, and Congress wouldn't let us because it was more important we find out who had outhouses than who had access to the internet. And I do not lie to you. It came down to what question to take out. We would not take out a question about the outhouses because Congress in rural America needs to know who had an outhouse, and we don't have a baseline from 2000 as to where this country was. That's the joy, but I digress. From that one meeting or two meetings or three meetings in 1993 and 94, we created something called Falling Through the Net. And we had an understanding of what was happening. And out of subsequent reports, we started talking about something called the digital divide. And even that was a struggle. There were people I worked for within the administration, it can be told now, who said, well, use this word divide. It's kind of negative. And we need to do things like inclusion and digital dividend and use these positive, empowering words rather than, because the industry doesn't like it when you talk about things like division and divide. And I'm like, get over yourselves, dude. And fortunately, Ron Brown stood behind me, and even more fortunately, Bill Clinton, then the president, who came from the other side of the divide in Hope, Arkansas, understood the power of this symbolism of the digital divide and said, we're going to use the word, we're going to continue using the word, we're going to continue doing these reports. But none of this was easy. Well, Pam read the quote from Frederick Douglass. It's never easy. Things that globally, we use the term digital divide today. And in 1994, 1995, 1996, we had to struggle to make sure that we could keep this in the front and not just talk about all the wonderful things that the internet does, and it does do wonderful things. Let's talk about the wonderful things it could do for folks who are left behind, and let's identify who those people are and how do we get them access as well. So back in 1998, I used to tell a story. I run across this anecdote about if the world were a village of 1,000 people. The world were a village of 1,000 people. This is what the world looked like in 1998. And this is from a speech I found that I gave to the World Bank almost exactly 13 years ago, December 1, 1998. If the world were 1,000 people, it would be 584 Asians, 124 Africans, 136 from the Western Hemisphere, North and South America, 95 Eastern and Western Europeans, 55 Russians. 520 would be female, 480 would be male. In 1998, 650 would lack a telephone at home. 1998, 500 would never have used a telephone. In 1998, 500 would have to walk 2 hours to the nearest telephone. 335 would be illiterate. 333 would lack access to clean, safe drinking water. 330 would be children. 70 would own automobiles. 10 would have a college degree. Only 1 would own a computer. That was 1998. So I did a little bit of research. I went to ITU's website, and I tried to update those figures. I didn't update all of them for the clean water and the things, but on technology, these are the statistics for today. 650 would not have a telephone at home. I'm sorry, 780 would have a mobile phone. 300 would be internet users. 170 would have a fixed telephone line. 126 would have active mobile broadband. 76 would have fixed broadband. That's, in a little bit more than a decade, the progress we have made is astounding. We have done so much as a planet, and I'll say to some degree, those meetings that Laura and Elizabeth and Kathy and I had talking about the need to identify the digital divide did something to propel those numbers. Because I know that whenever I'd go anywhere in the world, I'd read these numbers to folks, and I'd talk about the need to bridge this divide, and talk about the empowering mechanism that a computer could provide, or a handheld, or wireless. And it was a great, and I debated all morning with them talking about, there's a great op-ed in the New York Times on Sunday from a good friend of mine, Susan Crawford, I worked on transition with, about the digital divide. And I take one point of objection to Susan's article. I don't care how you get access to the internet. And I think it is somewhat patronizing to tell people how they should get access to the internet. I grew up in a community in the projects in Brooklyn and in Southeast Queens, New York, where a lot of kids still to this day don't have a laptop. And some of those kids may never have a laptop, but every one of those kids has access to one of these things if they want it. And they make conscious choices that they want this, or they want that, and they don't want this. And to tell them they have to have a laptop tells me that you don't understand their culture or what they value. What we have to do is make this as powerful a tool as that laptop is. What we have to do is create applications for this that give them the same utility as that laptop, but not tell them that your article of choice has to be a laptop because that's what I think you have to have, or you can't use wireless, you have to use wireline because I believe that's what's important. Whether you are a person with disabilities or a person of color or wherever you are on this planet, what I think those of us who are here today need to do is give you the tools you want to use to live the life you want to lead. And unfortunately, we somehow get caught up in rhetoric or presumptions or our assumptions about the life you want to lead. And that just never works. And I know my time is running short, so let me try to talk a little about where we are today. I closely followed, probably closer than most, because I got to work on the transition. We got to help fund the BTOP program. So I followed what BTOP has done. But even before that, I was following what TOP was doing. I was following what TOP was doing. I'm watching what the industry does. As Pam will tell you, I don't have a life. I travel around and give speeches and consult, and I'm sitting in hotel rooms in strange places. So I get online and I try to find out what I think is new and what's next and what's interesting, and communicate that with other people. There are so many fascinating enabling technologies, and all they require is a connection. All they need is somebody to be connected to this great grid we have. We have the opportunity over the next 10 years to make those last 10 years, when we took a world in which half the world had never used a telephone, to a world in which 80% of the world has access to a telephone. But that still means 20% of the world, 30% of the world doesn't have access to a mobile phone, and 30% of folks in the developing world don't have a telephone. There are still gaps we have to bridge, but we're going to get those gaps bridged. Are we going to do the things, once we bridge the gaps, are we going to give people the tools they need to really make a difference in their lives? I was pleased to see when I went to ITU, Hamidou Touré is an old friend and a hero of mine as well, and I was pleased to go on the ITU site and see that they've redefined the digital divide as providing accessibility, which is a much broader definition. What we used to talk about, just having a connection. Now it's not just a connection, but it's accessibility once you have that connection. That's important and that's powerful. We've seen a mobile miracle, and we're going to see more of that mobile miracle. But that mobile miracle only works completely if we also have those fixed broadband lines, because so many powerful things are happening. When you look what's happening with near-field communications, I don't know how many of you are following what's happening with sensors and the ability for a sensor to tell all kinds of things and let you live your life in a more powerful way, because we're going to have sensors on our bodies, we'll have sensors in our homes that will allow those with disabilities or who are differently able to do things they could never conceive of, but only if those sensors are connected to the network that allows them to really fully take advantage of that. When you take a look at what we're seeing with regard to the 3.5 years ago, none of us had our first application experience. 3.5 years later, for these two devices alone is 750,000 applications for these devices, and companies like AT&T and companies like Verizon and companies like T-Mobile and companies like Sprint are making sure that more and more of those applications are applications that are beneficial to people with disabilities. We've seen already 20 billion apps downloaded. We'll see 50 billion apps downloaded by this time next year. I mean, it's an amazing world we live in, and we just have to figure out how we're going to take advantage of it. You know, in that speech in 1998, I closed with something, and again, I'm driving in the rain, and I wasn't going to do this closing, but I'm driving in the rain, I'm coming around, and I passed a Martin Luther King Memorial. And I saw this Martin Luther King Memorial, and it reminded me that I had in the speech a quote from Martin Luther King 3 weeks before he died, from a speech he delivered right here in Washington, D.C. And somehow it just seems appropriate for this moment. And it's, Dr. King said in that speech, through our scientific and technological genius, he talked about the great revolutions of automation and cyber nation. He talked about that in 1968. And he said, through our scientific and technological genius, we've made of this world a neighborhood. We've not had the ethical commitment to make of it a brotherhood. But somehow, and in some way, we've got to do this. This inquiry today helps start that process again. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Larry, I'm going to continue making my comments. How do you top that? That was amazing. Thank you so much, Larry. That was really inspirational and put where we are in perspective, which is really critical for today's deliberation. It was amazing. Thank you very, very much. I am going to introduce our next panel. Our moderator is Kathy Brown, and everyone should know that we do have bios over there on the table, and electronic versions and large print versions. But I just wanted to say a little bit about Kathy Brown because I can't help myself. And when I was writing this, I actually got teary-eyed because she means so much to me personally and professionally, and I have learned and will continue to learn from Kathy Brown, who is one of the nicest people I know in terms of everything else. We were trying to find a moderator, and usually when you're planning a session, you try to come up with 5 names and see who's available, and the only name I could come up with was Kathy Brown. I would come up with another name, and I'd say, no, they don't hold a candle next to Kathy Brown. Kathy Brown is the only person I know that can moderate this panel. She is actually, without a doubt, one of the smartest people I've ever met. She's able to grasp large, complex concepts and, again, mash them up, articulate them with clarity, and describe the total landscape. So you think, okay, Kathy Brown's a really good big picture person, and then bam, she'll hit you, and she knows the technical details. She knows the minutia, and that's a really important gift that she has. We're very lucky that she's agreed to be here. When she served at the FCC, and as Larry mentioned, she also served at NTIA, worked on disability issues. She was an enormous friend to the disability work at the FCC at the time. I can guarantee you that we would not have been able to do anything without Kathy Brown behind our back. So please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Kathy Brown from Verizon.
Good morning, and you can see why I love to come back to my home at the FCC. Thank you, Pam, for that. I had the great privilege of serving Bill Kennard as his chief of staff here, and I was thinking, oh, now it's 10 years ago. And I had the great privilege of serving Larry Irving as the head of his policy office, and Larry, that was 17 years ago, so we're starting to age ourselves. The nice part about my career in telecommunications and in the ICT field is it's moved beautifully with the development of technology and around the world. And so I'm very privileged today to sit on this panel with folks who have really been part of the digital revolution. From those early days when no one had a computer till today, when the world is really understanding the power of being connected, and with the proliferation of networks and devices that are both available, accessible, and affordable, as we always used to say, we're seeing the revolution actually taking hold, and the economic development that we always thought was going to be forthcoming starting to happen. I'm very, very lucky to have landed at Verizon, a company that provides, for folks who don't know, most of the world's internet backbone. We, together with AT&T, BT, and a couple of other companies, are the internet backbone. We have thousands and millions of miles of fiber all over the world that run under the oceans and connect 150 countries. I was most recently in Nairobi for the Internet Forum, and we were just astounded, I think, by what is going on in Africa, a lot of representation there in East Africa, and folks from all sort of levels of the community are talking about how now this amazing technology is bringing folks together and is the source of new economic growth. We know that's happening in Asia. We know that's happening in South America. We know that Europe, for a long time, we in Europe have been galloping together to make sure that this World Wide Web is accessible to everyone. At Verizon, then, in addition to our international networks, we also have what are really the world's fastest networks, both a fiber to the home network, which has incredible capabilities for everyone, but particularly for people with disabilities, where the company has really partnered with many folks in this room to come up with new services, new kinds of accessibility for folks who need it. So, for instance, our Consumer Services Center has the ability for someone to call in and use American Sign Language as their way to talk with our reps when ordering that very technology. It's set up so that we use the technology for accessibility. The whole captioning issue, of course, which was an early on innovation, has really just blossomed when you have that kind of connectivity, when you can have 20 and 50 and 100 megabits. And then, in addition, we have the most ubiquitous, along with a couple of our other competitors, a wireless network in the United States, and are the first carrier worldwide to roll out an LTE network. Now, let me say something about this. I believe the LTE network is the leapfrog technology that Larry was just discussing. So to the extent that now we have mobile broadband connection with speeds of what we're getting, 10 to 15 megabits in your hand, that means that the infrastructure issues start to change in the developing world and actually start to leapfrog some technologies in the developed world that are forcing yet another disruption in technology. Yet another disruption. And it feels like where that used to happen every 20 years, it now seems to be happening every 3 or 4 years. What happens then for consumers, for customers? Well, it means you have to learn fast. It means we have to be on the ball in terms of those technologies evolving with the needs of our customers, that we don't leave people behind. So that important digital divide issue remains, that we don't move so fast that we forget who our customers are. And folks here in this in this agency have been diligent about that. The consumer groups, and particularly the Disabilities Rights Office here, and under Chairman Janikowski and under my chairman, Chairman Kennard, have just never forgotten that that's the mission here, to ensure that everyone's included. Let me say, finally, one last thing about that. On the public policy front in the United States, I believe an important thing happened this past year, in that the Congress actually did do something enormously important, and that was upgrade the disability law with respect to ICT here in the U.S. And again, that was an amazing partnership with our friends here at the FCC, in the Congress, and in the industry, to ensure that the protections, the availability of access to new technologies, to new applications, to new IP technologies was also assured. So all of these things, I think, mean that it is time to have a global conversation now, to find out what are the issues that face folks with disabilities, to figure out what the countries around the world are doing, to see if we can start to conceptualize an agenda, a worldwide agenda, for the disability community, for the aging community, for folks who now need to see universal design in the way we are pushing out the new technologies. So we have a panel today of folks who I think will be able to start to fill out the story. I want to just tell you who they are quickly, and then we'll come back and go and allow each person to speak. And what I think will be an interesting discussion, laying the groundwork of what is it we're talking about, who is it that needs this, what is the status around the world, and what ought the agenda be for a global disability mandate that we ensure that all peoples of the world have access to this technology. So first, Judy Brewer is the director of the Web Accessibility Initiative at the Worldwide Consortium. She will discuss for us, give us a little 101 on the technology that we're talking about. I think you're going to find this very interesting. Noelle Richardson is the Chief Diversity Officer of the Ontario Public Service, and we're very happy to have you here in that role. She's responsible for the goals of inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. Next, we have, and you're going to forgive me for my my pronunciation, but Fosa Mashangoni, do I do that right? Not close, so you'll tell us much better, is the General Manager responsible for Consumer Affairs at the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa. And he's going to tell us a bit about what's going on in South Africa, what the public policy positions there are. We're going to then talk to Jerry Ellis, who is a consultant in the area of accessibility and usability under the name of Feel the Benefit. And he's worked for 30 years as a software engineer in the bank in Dublin and as a fellow of the Irish Computer Society. So we're looking forward to hear from Jerry. And then finally, my friend Kelly Dunn, who is the Chief Executive Officer at One Economy, a very important NGO here in the U.S., who's doing a lot of work around adoption and broadband deployment. So with that, Judy, I turn the podium to you.
Thank you, Kathy. I think my mic is, there we go, thank you. So a few initial thoughts on broadband accessibility and the accessibility imperative. And yeah, okay, and this was the start there. And so when I talk with friends who don't live and breathe broadband, as so many people in this room do, and they look at me slightly glazed over, I say, broadband is just a bigger pipeline through which you can send all kinds of very powerful things. The bigger the pipeline, the more you can do with that. And so broadband is also the backbone for ICT's future, and even more so as broadband is available over mobile. The combination of that is extraordinarily powerful. Broadband's potential, one way to think of it is that broadband will make it even more the case than it is today that the whole world will depend on web services. So there's the information you receive over the web, there is the content you can interact with over the web, there are the transactions of all different parts of your life that you can conduct over the web, as the web is much of what's delivered over broadband. And as other services disappear or displaced by the rise in broadband services, it becomes even more important that the web be accessible in order to address society's needs with regard to people with disabilities. This is from Jaffe, who is the CEO of the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C. There are many benefits to broadband for people with disabilities. They include support for specific accessibility services that are more difficult to meet with narrow bandwidth. And so, among other things, that includes support for captioning, for video and so forth, the enhanced communication support that you can do over broadband, and also access to more powerful web services that can be used in areas such as education, employment, commercial, entertainment, and much more. And likewise, or conversely, if we do not ensure that everything deployed over broadband is accessible, then we leave people with disabilities further behind. So it's essential that we do accessibility right on broadband. It's been interesting over the past 20 years to look at different dialogues on the digital divide. Larry, I loved your comments, including how things ought to be simple, and sometimes it's so hard for a broad technology field to get the simplest pieces that are most essential. And when I first started hearing about the digital divide, I assumed, of course, they were talking about us as well, people with disabilities. And yet I heard so many dialogues about the digital divide when that was the last thing on people's mind. So access for people with disabilities, for older people who have accessibility-related needs, is vital as a part of the digital divide. And I think we need to collectively look how to continue to push the understanding of that as the framing definition of digital divide. When as broadband is brought to more countries, to rural areas, to people at different economic levels, this definition has to be asserted that disability is part of that picture. And it also must mean figuring out how to facilitate broadband adoption by people with disabilities. And some of that includes identifying and addressing the barriers that exist. So how do we understand and address the barriers? I welcome this global inquiry and Axel's involvement from G3 ICT, Danielle's involvement from W2 Inclusion, the FCC's hosting of this forum today as a way to start with some questions. To what extent are there cost issues? To what extent are there digital literacy issues? To what extent are there fundamental accessibility barriers in content and services deployed over broadband that we already know how to solve if we bring along the solutions we already have? How do we take advantage of existing resources? We have an accessibility architecture and infrastructure for the web. We do not see that implemented as much as could be the case. So many resources and solutions exist. We need harmonized uptake of this accessibility architecture and the standards that includes. Broadband enables rich media is a very important aspect of this. The web is moving to a rich multimedia delivery system, so the use of integrated video will expand greatly, TV and so forth. There's many different aspects of technologies that are being developed and deployed over the web now and that can be enhanced with broadband. Coming back to a key piece of this, the communication access will be enhanced with broadband deployment, and we need quality services on captioning of audio, description of video, and so forth. So one of the things to look at is prioritizing of new resource creation where there may not be sufficient educational materials or where new standards are needed. How do we identify and prioritize the need to address these issues on a global level and to create a menu of options that can be looked at in different countries? how do we focus potential innovation efforts and funding onto priorities for broadband support for people with disabilities in different countries. I want to say a few things briefly about what we're doing at the World Wide Web Consortium, and which is the international vendor-neutral consortium that develops the standards for the web and encompasses an expanding range of technology, and among other things also hosts the Web Accessibility Initiative, where we focus on ensuring accessibility support in all of the technologies that W3C produces. We have over 100 standards, 4 different web technologies at this point. We produce guidelines and standards that are specific to accessibility, as well as ensuring built-in support into the mainstream web technologies. We develop resources for evaluating accessibility on the web, for education and outreach, for coordination with research agendas in all different areas that that intersect with the web, and also for promoting standards harmonization. We use an approach of multi-stakeholder consensus development work, so that means industry, including developers, at the table together with people with disabilities, with government representatives, and with the research community to ensure that we're developing solutions and resources that will work for all of those constituencies and be supported by them. It's an open standards process. Our standards and resources are entirely freely available. And it's community responsive. On some standards, we process well into the thousands of public comments. The accessibility architecture includes providing a standard for accessibility of the content, the information on the web, guidelines, and a standard for production of accessible content. One of the leveraging factors, one of the most important leveraging factors for creation of an accessible web is looking at the authoring process. It's much more efficient to have built-in support for production of accessible content in every kind of authoring tool, whether it's a content management system or a wiki or a blog and so forth, rather than having somebody have to follow a set of guidelines and techniques and so forth, to have the software support you in that task. So that's one thing we also develop a standard for. And then we also develop a standard for accessibility of browsers and media players and their interoperability with assistive technologies, the specialized technologies that some people with disabilities use in combination with mainstream browsers. And then we also, as I mentioned earlier, ensure accessibility support in the technical foundation that underlies all the parts of the web technologies coming from W3C, and we also contribute to understanding accessibility support needs and technologies coming from other organizations. I want to mention one standard that's getting a lot of coverage right now that is one of the probably 60 or 70 that are being worked on right now at W3C. This is HTML5, which will bring significant new accessibility capabilities to it. This technology is the foundation of the open web platform. It's already being used on mobile devices. It's currently in a last call working draft. It will bring new capabilities in integrated dynamic accessibility with ARIA, Accessible Rich Internet Applications, Canvas, accessibility graphics, captioning, onboard captioning in HTML through media accessibility requirements, work that we've done in some of the joint accessibility and HTML task forces. And we still have plenty of work to do before the standard is finished. W3C will not finish that standard until the accessibility support is fully in place, but we're making progress on that. A particular standard that we developed, accessibility plug-in in a way to many W3C technologies, is the Accessible Rich Internet Applications, or ARIA. The final picture we would like to have is an open web platform that has the software that enables software distribution, healthcare support, data integration, mobile, entertainment, publishing, and so forth. And so there's a rich, comprehensive picture that has accessibility support integrated everywhere. Some of the priorities that I hope that are explored in this global inquiry would be what are the common elements of a global plan? How can we promote more coordinated uptake and development of resources, including uptake of harmonized standards. We have existing international standards on web accessibility, for instance, and we encourage those to be taken up even more, and also how to drive increased implementation of the resources that we have, so that it's not just things on a shelf, but something that everyone is doing so that everyone's needs can get served through the web and through broadband delivery. So thank you.
Judy, thank you for setting the foundation for the conversation. I think it was good for us to get a sense of what the technology is about and how we actually achieve this thing we call accessibility. I think we're seeing that in many places through many companies here in the U.S., and now we're going to get a view from Canada. And thank you, Noelle.
A view primarily from Ontario. After swimming over here today, I realized that I am perhaps the only Luddite sitting up here. So do bear with me. And what I want to do is give you a little bit of a perspective on how I fit into all of this, to this conversation. From 2008 to 2011, I was appointed Chief Diversity Officer of the Ontario Public Service. It was the first such appointment in any public service organization in Canada, and we developed a strategy to transform the 67,000 person organization into one where each and every individual can really reach their potential, therefore impacting on the services that we provide to the 13 million people within the province. Ontario is the recipient of the majority of immigrants to Canada. I think the government recognized that a diversity and inclusion strategy would be crucial to accommodating the influx of immigrants, not just those who currently make up the population of the province, but also taking into account the immigration projections to meet the challenges of the demographic shifts that I think we are all dealing with today. The focus on a diversity and inclusion strategy within the public service was not only intended to address working within the public service, but also really to demonstrate leadership. And I won't go into our strategy except to say that accessibility is certainly a core component of that strategy. Currently, Ontario has legislation designed to make the province fully accessible by 2025. In 2001, Ontario passed its first bit of legislation to address accessibility challenges, the Ontarians with Disabilities Act. And while that legislation did guarantee greater access for persons with disabilities, many felt that it didn't go far enough, and I think indeed it did not. In 2005, the government of the day then passed the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, a much stronger piece of legislation that demands the province become fully accessible by 2025. I believe that ours is the only jurisdiction in the world that has moved from a complaints-based approach to a modern regulatory regime. And that means that the onus is not on the person with the disability to litigate. It's the responsibility of the province, not unlike what we might see around health or environmental inspections. That legislation covers a number of different regulations, including customer service, which the public service was obliged to comply with by January 1, 2010. We're now in the process of ensuring compliance with the recently released Integrated Accessibility Standards regulation, which includes information and communication. And the others are employment, transportation, as well as the built environment, which we will deal with later on. Now, this requires that any new internet or intranet sites that are being developed or significantly refreshed must comply with ISO standards WCAG 2.0 AA. Again, this demands much more rigorous timelines for the public sector than it does for the private sector. Within the province, we also have a digital strategy which focuses on broadband access, with a recognition that this will have social and economic benefits for the province in general, by increasing internet access to our northern communities. Now, to give you a context for what I'm talking about, in Canada, we have the population of perhaps Greater New York City spread across the world's second largest landmass. So we have got a broad bit of territory, quite a lot of territory to cover in order to provide access to everyone. Ours is a digital strategy that is being put together in partnership with 4 of our ministries. We have moved to an enterprise system, so we work quite horizontally. Now, while this strategy is not specifically designed to address the needs of persons with disabilities, paired with the AODA legislation, I think there's no doubt that greater, faster, and increased broadband access will immeasurably impact the social and economic situation of persons with disabilities. In Canada, we have the unfortunate habit of doing great things before anyone else and then abandoning them when they become popular. In the 1990s, we had a Connecting Canadians initiative. Through this, we initiated programs such as VolNet to support volunteers, the world's first SchoolNet, and a program called Web for All that automatically configured community access points or workstations to address each user's personal accessibility needs. These were distributed across the country in churches, community centers, and libraries. This gave personalized access to everyone at any public access point. And we are now using the next generation of this technology in Ontario, which is Access for All. And I'll stop there.
There's a lot of, I think, a lot of meat there for folks to know about and perhaps to share. Foshi, I think we'll move to South Africa.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. Attaining universal service access is a reality that all of us anywhere in the world have to achieve. As technological innovation takes place, there is also work to be done by the ICT regulators to create an enabling environment for the industry to provide communication service to all the people. In leveling the playing field, regulators like the Independent Communication Authority of South Africa, which is ICASA, should always promote competition in the ICT market, and of critical importance also to protect consumers. When we talk about consumers, we always talk about the abled consumers, and we neglect the disabled consumers. So it is very much important that as we promote and protect the rights of consumers, we should also ensure that the rights of persons with disabilities as they are consumers should also be protected in the ICT industry. A solution to bridge the digital divide lies in the deployment of broadband in rural and other underserviced areas without neglecting the quest for improved quality in the urban centers where the majority of the population reside. Universal broadband access can be achieved through the combination of a fiber and wireless technologies as the main drivers. Regulators as enablers of the broadband access will need to make the right choices regarding the licensing of high demand spectrum, including the digital divide. Broadband access is a requirement for all the people as it enables the dissemination of information about important global events to reach the people all over the world much quicker. The case in point is the United Nations Global Conference of Climate Change, which we call COP17, that is being hosted in South Africa. Many people around the world are kept informed about the deliberations at the conference on climate change through broadband access. So ICASA as a regulator have worked very hard closely with the organizers of the conference to make sure that we provide the spectrum that will enable people to have access to internet services throughout the world. ICT service providers have the responsibility to bring information on climate change at the disposal of all the people around the world, including persons with disabilities and the poorest of the poor. I will emphasize the persons of disability because this is the sector that at all times have been left behind in terms of information dissemination. So we as the regulator ICASA were making sure that wherever the person with disability are residing should enjoy their right to information, because when we do that we will be complying with the provisions of our constitution, which says that everybody have got the right to information. The Independent Communication Authority of South Africa, which is referred sometimes as the authority, is currently working with the stakeholders, including the industry, on unbundling the local loop for the provision of fixed line network. So the local loop is also another way in which we as the authority make sure that broadband services should be accessible to the people that need to use it. So objective of this initiative is to ensure that access to existing infrastructure is achieved in a fair and equitable manner. In South Africa, we have the telecommunication company that has got a very, very good network throughout the country. And so the initiative by the regulator is to make sure that that infrastructure should be made accessible to the new entrants so that they can provide broadband services to the people. To ensure that, the other objective is to ensure that more people are connected to the internet through fixed line. Again, we also want to ensure that consumers have more choice about who provide what service for their fixed line connectivity. So that is why we say that when we strive to unbundle the local loop, we want to make sure that new service providers come into the picture so that they can also compete in the market, and then by so doing, the prices for broadband will be brought down. The local loop, ICASA as the regulator have made the framework for local loop unbundling, and the first one objective there is to make sure that local loop unbundling is an intervention that offers significant advantage to operators and to the consumers. Secondly, the authority has to determine that the existence of the access line deficit is a significant obstacle to the introduction of fixed line local loop unbundling. ICASA as the authority will therefore take a phased approach to the introduction of the local loop unbundling. So the reason why we do that is to make sure that we do not bring the services to a standstill. We must make sure that the services that are currently being provided should also proceed as we face in this connectivity to the local loop. The authority will undertake a public consultation process to establish an access line deficit recovery scheme. So why we undertake the public consultation is because we believe in inclusivity. We want to make sure that all the stakeholders who have got interest in broadband have to be included, have to make their input, and then at the end of the day, the authority will decide and then make a determination. The authority will engage the industry to ensure that the price of the existing Internet Protocol Connect service is reduced, and we will also engage the industry to ensure that the true bitstream product is introduced. The bitstream is generally considered the first step of a local loop unbundling and was requested by a number of stakeholders during our consultative process. In order to facilitate the introduction of the bitstream, the authority will establish an industry working group to address technical issues, including the establishment of the ordering system specification mechanism. So this is very critical because there are people who are knowledgeable in the area of technology, and so we would like to be informed by their knowledge so that when we come with a decision, we have included all the inputs from all the stakeholders, including the technical specialists. The authority will conduct a regulatory impact assessment on the cost and benefit of the fixed line, full loop, sub-loop, and shared line forms of the local loop unbundling. So it is very much important for us as the regulator to make sure that we engage in the RIA, because that is the only way that can make us to make an informed decision at the end of the day. Depending on the outcome of the RIA, the authority will conduct a market review on a fixed line local access market and introduce the supplementary local loop unbundling regulation. So right now we are still working on the regulations that will make sure that the local loop is unbundled, and those regulations will also include the broadband services. As a separate process, the authority will undertake an inquiry into the unbundling of the wired access networks. In South Africa, we do have the mobile operators who are also providing broadband services. So the starting point right now is with the fixed line, and later when we have achieved that objective, we will be moving into the mobile operator so that their network can also be tapped by the new competitors who would like to enter the market. The Constitution of South Africa mandate Parliament to establish the regulator, which is ICASA, to regulate in the public interest. So the public, which we are also referring here to, are the people with disability. So as we regulate, we must make sure that the persons who are living with disabilities have to enjoy communication services throughout the country. Amongst one of our strategic objectives as the regulator is to ensure the provision of broadband services. This means that all South Africans should have affordable access to reliable high-speed broadband services wherever they are. The authority has developed and published regulations to regulate the communication industry. Amongst those regulations are the consumer protection regulations that promote and protect the rights of persons with disabilities. The case in point is the Code on People with Disability, which prescribes that the providers of electronic communication services and the electronic communication network services should ensure that the persons with disability have access to communication services. So the division that I am heading is responsible to monitor all the compliance by the operators, whether they comply with this code, because the code made sure that persons with disabilities, wherever they are in the country, have to access communication services. So it is not an easy task, because South Africa is very big, it's vast, and so we will always make sure that we go to all corners of the country to make sure that access is guaranteed for persons with disabilities. This means that the communication service providers should ensure that 2.2 million South Africans living with disabilities, which constitute 5% of our population of 44 million, should have access to communication services. We, as the regulator, will at all times do our best to ensure that persons with disabilities, wherever they are, do access communication services, and as they do have the constitutional right to those services. In conclusion, I would like to mention that disability is existing in every humankind living in this planet. It may not be visible now to the abled people, but later, as we are graduating into our different stages of physical development, we are all going to experience it. In a nutshell, we are all living with disabilities. So it is very much important that we must at all times promote and protect the rights of persons with disabilities, because in so doing, we are protecting our rights. Disability rights is our rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Jerry, you're going to give us a view from Ireland.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know where you're going, how will you know when you get there? That's something that I write at the end of every email that I write. And I'd like to start by thanking Commissioner Kleiberts and the staff of the FCC, and Daniel and Axel from G3ICT, and Dr. Toure from ITU, and all the other myriad people involved in organising this, to help us start mapping how do we get from where we are now to where we want to be, which is access for everybody. I wanted to talk a little bit about diversity. We hear a lot about diversity of amongst people with disabilities and different disabilities, and amongst older people. But what about the other diversities that we have to take into account? I'm from Dublin, as we say. We have a language in Ireland of our own that only Irish people speak. But if you look around Europe, how many languages are there in the 27 countries in the European Union alone? A small place like Belgium speaks 3 different languages. You know, broaden that out. If you look at India, has 1.2 billion people, and I understand there are around 30 different languages in India alone. So that diversity has been taken into account. Then you have to look at economic diversity, the difference in economics between the developed world like the United States, Canada, we'd like to think Ireland, and compare that to some of the other poorer areas where maybe people can't afford the assistive devices and that sort of stuff. That has to be taken into account. That's why it's so vital that we have international agreements like the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, where we can take people from all over the world, bring them together, compare, contrast, learn from each other, learn the good things, learn the things that work, learn the things that don't work. Even if if I come back to Europe and look at the UNCRPD, there's the last time I checked, there were 16 of the 27 countries had signed. So not even all the countries in Ireland, in Europe have signed, even though the European Union itself has. Shame to say Ireland is one that hasn't, has signed but not ratified. Ireland has signed but not ratified. 16 countries ratified, but not all of them. Poland is promising to do it by the end of the year. If you look at the way that we do our business in Europe, it's different from America. In Europe, we tend to have what's called European directives. So they are agreements, European directives are agreed through the Commission, through the Parliament, but they don't go straight into force in each European country as they are written. Each country takes the European directive, transposes it into its own law, tweaks it a bit here, changes a bit there. So you may have differences from country to country, even if there is something developed centrally. We talked about the UNCRPD. How else can we do international work together to try to ensure that we are working together and learning from each other? We heard about universal design this morning. The very first contribution I made to the conference on the first day was about an international a workshop agreement, it's called, with the European standards body, CEN, on a curriculum for teaching universal design to ICT professionals. So the idea is that you take this curriculum, you build it into a mainstream course in universities so people know about it when they go out into the workplace. Often people designers are convinced this is a great idea to build in accessibility, but they don't know how. So if they learnt about it in college, they at least have a starting point. I think that's very important. Another problem that there is around putting broadband in the hands of everybody is what the industry calls backhaul, or in other words, how do you get it from the central spine out into rural areas, into small areas, that sort of thing. What the telephone people used to call the last mile, and that's a difficulty. So what's going to happen is more people are going to use mobile devices rather than PCs and laptops to access the internet. I think we've seen that already, and we've spoken a lot about it over the last 2 days. To make those laptops and PCs and that sort of thing accessible for people with disabilities using assistive devices, the assistive technology is often more expensive than the device itself. And if you're in an economically poor area, you can't afford it. Okay? So how can we overcome that? What's the next issue that we need to look at? And I think the big one at the moment is cloud computing. So if we can have assistive technology, and if we can have people's personal profiles and all that sort of stuff out in the cloud, then people who are the processing power goes away from the mobile device out onto the cloud. So the device that the user has can be cheaper because it doesn't have to be as sophisticated. But it also means that the person who is the user can go to any laptop, can go to any device. All their profiles are out on the web. The assistive technology is out on the web, and they can use any device. I think this is going to be very powerful over the next while. But we need to be here now making sure that that happens in 5 years' time, 10 years' time. So there's only a couple of points that I'm going to mention now, and we'll have plenty of time to discuss these further. So I'll just finish by maybe referring back to what Larry Irving said earlier, that all of us here in the room, we are Noahs, but we've got to make sure that there are no unicorns left behind. Thank you.
Larry, I don't think I've ever heard anybody top one of your stories, but Jerry just did. Jerry, thank you so much. I heard two very important things here. One, we all talk about universal design, but do the engineers know what we're talking about, and can we actually teach them what we mean? And I know a lot of work has gone on with this in the last number of years, but when we're talking about a global strategy, I think this is enormously important, and so I thank you for that contribution. Secondly, I want to concur that the possibilities with cloud computing and the kind of economies of scale we're going to get if we concentrate on some of these assistive kinds of both technologies, strategies, softwares in the cloud are going to be very powerful. So I hope as we think about this throughout the day that, and if we come up with to-dos, I would suggest, Jerry, that I think you've named a very important one. Kelly has done a lot of work in this area in the U.S., so why don't we wrap up the panel with a U.S. perspective, and then I don't know, Pam, if we'll have some time for some questions, but you can let me know after Kelly wraps up his piece. Kelly.
Thank you, Kathy. And I'll try to be brief. First of all, thanks to the Commission, and I'm thrilled to be here, especially with this panel of NOAAs. Just real quick, One Economy has been around 12 years, and I've been, 2 months ago, Chairman Janikowski launched a fairly important initiative in the U.S. that many of us in the room have heard about called Connect to Compete, and I'm leading the planning effort of that. And I want to talk a little bit about Connect to Compete because I think it ties very closely into persons with disabilities, one of the target audiences, especially in the area of adoption. In the U.S., over 90 million people have not adopted the Internet. And I think it's very important for us to understand why that is and understand what are the barriers of adoption and how do we collectively work towards that. So Connect to Compete is a collaborative effort among industry, leading nonprofits, foundations, and government agencies on how do we work together to create a new platform and a new business model to address these concerns. In the U.S., one of the key barriers of non-adoption are price and relevancy. And price is the price of the service and price of the device, which Larry and others have talked about. And how do we work together as an industry to look at these last 90 million Americans that haven't adopted and treat it as a new emerging market? And within there's low-income Americans, there's persons with disabilities, there's Native Americans, there's elderly Americans, and so there's all these subgroups. We are starting off in Connect to Compete as we launch this initiative to focus on low-income families and those families with kids eligible for school lunch program. Very shortly, we're going to start planning around how do we address the persons with disability, and that's one of the reasons I'm excited to participate in this panel and this conference. Because I think first and foremost, we got to know what we don't know, and we're looking for this planning period till we officially launch the program in April to really understand what's the best approach. And in the U.S., we have this tremendous momentum that was created by the NTIA and the stimulus program, and there's incredible assets on the ground that Connect to Compete on a national level is looking to leverage on a local level to how do you leverage those assets and accretively start to drive and build broadband adoption. In the last 6 weeks, there's been some really interesting commitments to the program to step up. For example, a company like Best Buy has committed to take their 20,000 Geek Squad agents, which are the technical support of this company, Best Buy, and train them and help leverage them to teach broadband or to teach digital literacy to help broadband adoption. The cable industry has stepped forward for a low-cost broadband option for low-income families with school lunch-eligible families. There's digital literacy and digital adoption that's been driven across the board. And I think that the key is, as we go through this planning period, I really want to leverage people in this room and around the country to understand what the needs are. And One Economy has always had one of the sayings, which I always felt very connected to, is meet people where they are. And I think, as Kathy alluded to in her opening comments, is technology is changing at a faster rate than sometimes industry or government can keep up to. And in a wireless world, we're starting to connect people versus places. And how do we leverage this technology to really benefit those people that need it most, especially those Americans with disabilities and folks with disabilities around the world. And I'll close with why this personally is important to me. On a personal note, is my daughter was born profoundly deaf. And I think about her growing up in a world without the technology he has today, with texting and the email and the notebooks. And I see how better she is to be able to connect with family and friends, both in her immediate community around the world. And I think that's a really important lesson, is to really see not things for what they are or what they can be, and look at cloud computing and look at LTE and look at all the innovations of technology and understand they're only as powerful as the way people apply them to impact and change outcomes. And I embrace the fact and encourage folks that get involved in Connect Compete. We're looking for someone to take a leadership role in the area of persons with disability as we plan this collaborative effort going forward of how do we reach this very important audience and very important market to really make a difference now and forevermore. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. So why don't we just take a few minutes and try to have a little bit of a discussion amongst us about how we might think about a global approach to the problem, to the solutions, and to the engagement of the right stakeholders. If there is to be a plan, if there's to be a paper that comes out as to recommendations on how to move forward, let's take just a fast swipe at what the pieces of that might be. Would anybody like to start? So go ahead, Judy.
I can usually come up with something to say. Hopefully, am my microphone on here? Yeah, okay. So I think that we need to take the understanding that already exists of barriers to adoption to any areas of ICT, and particularly to broadband. The M-Enabling Conference on Mobile Accessibility the past 2 days, rich because of the amount of content, not the, it wasn't coming on the duration, concluded with a beautifully organized session of rapporteurs from all of the different groups. And the material from that, while talking about mobile accessibility, is highly relevant for this area as well, and I hope will be looked at in terms of a menu of factors to identify. Being from W3C and working on web, I will also probably predictably suggest that you might look at accessibility standards that exist, including, and I want to thank Noelle for promoting our standard, actually the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines 2, the WCAG, is a W3C standard that's currently being looked at for ISO adoption. We do hope that there will be a harmonized uptake of that there, but that's a central piece of the accessibility architecture for the web. And I think that and some other standards and resources that come along in a package there may be relevant support for broadband. So I think trying to have one categories of things that's looking at uptake and further implementation of existing resources, mapping those to the questions people are looking at when they're promoting and pursuing broadband implementation would be good, and then looking at the questions that are unaddressed and driving resources to that question.
So let me just, if we start to develop principles, one about the standardization idea, I think is something that deserves some study as we think about a global interoperability, interconnectedness of people. What do you do about different standards? Should they be the same? Can they be different? Can they operate together around, or are we balkanizing, if you will, the internet itself for people with disabilities? I think it's an important issue to take up as we're starting to think about this on the global level. Jerry, I know you have something on your mind, so you next.
Yeah, I didn't, but now that I'm on, sure, I'll think of something. No, the question that I raised earlier was around language.
Yes.
We're all English-speaking, Canada is English-speaking, and Ireland, England, but there are so many other languages around the world, and there is a big danger that we say the Francophone countries would be developing something, the Spanish-speaking countries, the Portuguese-speaking countries, and so on. How can we ensure that we're all talking along the same track and talking along the same lines and discussing, learning from each other, instead of saying, well, one language does one thing, another language goes off a little line. And that's a question that I think we need to think about. Okay,
I think that's fabulous, right? So two issues about how do we communicate, right? How do we have the technology to do it, and do we have the language to do it? How do we deal?
I think that a global approach would require a commonality of view or perspective as it relates to persons with disabilities and how their place in each of our societies. One of the things that we did within Ontario, and I've been working in the field of diversity for a long time, and I don't think that it was until we started to talk about the business case for diversity that we really got the attention that we needed to get. And I think that while accessibility is certainly a human right, I think we really need to keep front and center the economic impact of accessibility, and perhaps that will create a commonality of approach and a commonality of importance. One of the things that we've been trying to do in Ontario is really change the dial on the conversation around accessibility and move the thinking from the medical model of disability to the social model of disability. And on a personal level, that's had a huge impact on my awareness, my being awake to issues of accessibility. And I think that that's the conversation that we need to continue to push and to promote. And I do want to say that we have the genius behind of cloud technology in the room in Jutta Treviranus here as it relates to access for all. And Jutta, I know you're going to get onto your feet if I say something wrong here about access for all, but the concept really is just using cloud technology to provide access anywhere at any time in any format that an individual needs. So speaking the same language, I think we need to try and bring ourselves to a common value base around how we view disabilities within our persons with disabilities within our environments.
So one little gem I heard in there also was what's the incentive for the business case, and what's the incentive to get the inventors and the folks who produce and the folks who put this out into the world, companies like mine, what's the incentive to be inclusive, to think these things through, to think about these larger issues of connectivity, interoperability, standardization, language differences? How do we think about that as global businesses? So I think another good point.
Kathy, can I
Anyone
just
else?
add one
Yes,
thing? Just
please.
The other thing I'd like to add is on job creation. I think technology and broadband adoption creates new opportunities, especially people with disabilities. And I think especially in Connect and Compete, we really look at that. And what type of new opportunities can be created that weren't there before through this new technology and leveraging access and adoption. And I think that's something personally we're going to focus on at Connect to Pete as well, specifically with this target audience.
Good. Fosha, would you like to?
Well, I think the starting point is to make sure that all the people must realize that ICT is able to provide job opportunities as well as education for the people. And so if the leadership of the country can make sure that they strive to make sure that they promote ICT in their country, I think it will be easy for people to get into the mainstream of ICT, because people will be able to get the jobs. So in South Africa, we have got a project that is there from the government level down to the organs of state to make sure that ICT should provide services to the people. And so the project is working very well, because it is including both the private and public sector. And so in that way, you find that the private sector are participating in this project, because in a way it is an incentive to them, because as they go on, and we are also going to have the digital migration. So there will be a spectrum freed for people to get into the market, and then in that way you find that job opportunities are available for a lot of people, and at the same time the operators are also making a living out of that encounter.
Very good. So Pam, I hope this panel of NOAAs has provided a little stimulation for the concurrent session that you have coming up. I want to thank all of you so much for participating, and I really look forward to the development of this whole undertaking and this initiative. So thank you all for pushing as hard as you are.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks to really setting the day off in such a spectacular way in terms of for us to be able to lay out things that we need to address. We are going into a 15-minute break now. We're behind schedule because of the rain, but we're going into a 15-minute break, and after that we'll start the concurrent sessions. So 15 minutes from now would be, let's see, 11:05. So at 11:05, we'll begin the concurrent sessions. Thank you. So I need the following people to come up on the dais and join me. Deborah Kaplan, Galen Updike, Jennifer Simpson, Fernando Lagarda, and Evelyn Jackson. Thanks. I think everyone had a great lunch. Did people have a good lunch? I didn't even know you were here. Good to see you again.
Hi everyone. I just wanted to welcome you here again. Even though you've been here all morning, I told Pam that I thought I would just say hi, thank you, welcome back. And as I was saying to some people, this is like the cream of the crop. So we're thrilled that you're still here and that you're still sharing views, and we're glad that you've made yourself part of this third day of the conferences. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. And for those of you on the web, I am Karen Peltz-Strauss, Deputy Bureau Chief of the Consumer Governmental Affairs Bureau here at the FCC. Thank you.
I would actually reintroduce Karen Peltz-Strauss. Is this on? Okay. As a legend of her own. And I'm sure everyone here has read her work, her papers, her legislation, her reports and orders, and have benefited from her lifelong work and dedication to people with disabilities, especially access to technology. So thank you, Karen, because you're just the best. You're the best. And I feel like at this point, after 3 days, we're all family. So, so that's why I didn't mind interrupting your lunch, even though we were supposed to start at 1:30. And today, right now, what we're going to do is we're going to go through session A, which was on statistics, session B, which is on the cultural, social, and economic barriers, and session C, which was on marketing and outreach. And we're going to get a report from each of the committees, from the moderator and the rapporteur, with the exception of Jennifer Simpson, who's going to be the moderator and rapporteur representative. So I'm going to start with my left. I might introduce everybody. I think we did the introductions already. No? So to my left is Deborah Kaplan with the Social Security Administration. To her left is Galen Updike from the Arizona Broadband Commission. To his left is Jennifer Simpson from the Coalition of Organizations for Accessible Technologies. To her left is Fernando Lagarda with Time Warner Cable. And to his left is Evelyn Jackson with AT&T Mobility. And we're going to start this off with Deborah Kaplan.
Okay. So during the session that we were just in, we were concerned with statistics and research. We had a series of questions that we focused on that asked us to consider what kind of information do we think needs to be available to help determine how to move forward in access to broadband and adoption and deployment for persons with disabilities, and what kind of information and data currently exists, what does it tell us, what doesn't it tell us, what do we think ought to be collected that doesn't currently exist, and what kind of methodologies do we think should be used in order to collect information that would be helpful, and from what sources. We had two experts who were available to us, Jim Tobias of Inclusive Technologies and David Keir from National Institute on Disability and Rehabilitation Research, who really contributed a lot. And we reached some areas of, I think, somewhat of a consensus on where we thought things should go and how we thought this coming year should be conducted and what goals there should be. And I will leave it to our rapporteur to provide you with some of the details.
Thank you.
I need 1 second.
Sure, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Pam Gregory again. One thing I want to do real quickly is introduce the Deputy director of the chairman's Accessibility and Innovation Initiative. I introduced him, Jamal Mazrui. Would you stand up, please? He's in the back of the room. Of course, I caught him when he's eating, and he just took a bite. I have a knack for doing that. But Jamal, I introduced him this morning, and he wasn't here, but I want everyone to know who he is because he is so important to the Commission's accessibility work. And he was actually out troubleshooting the accessibility of the webcast when I introduced him this morning. So thank you for the time, Galen.
Thank you. Jamal, we had the pleasure and the opportunity of having Jamal as part of our discussion group also, and it was very informative to have him there. We heard some statistics ourselves from the good offices of both Dave and Jim Tobias and Dave Kerr. Is it Kerr? I think it's Kerr. Anyway, we were told that in the world, there are probably 1 billion individuals with some form of disability. And it ranges up to 1 billion is a statistic, meaning that 10 to 15% of the world, somewhere in that range, have disabilities. And that was a sobering thought. We also found that there are some other statistics that add to that, for example, in the world, poverty plays a large role in the lack of adoption of broadband, and also the fact if you're a woman or a man plays a large role. Changes are taking place, obviously, and it turns out that handheld connectivity is becoming a worldwide phenomena. We learned that some 3 billion people have connectivity now in one way or another because of handheld devices. And so there are, the changes are going to be very fast, and this digital divide that we talk about is divided across many different strata. One of the issues that we came up with this morning as we were discussing the scope of the issue, and as we tried to define what the issues were that we wanted to research, we determined that standards, accepted standards, finding out what they are, really play a large role. And we also discovered that, and I learned a new word today, and it's megalit. There we go, megalit. Is that correct? Did I say that right? Megalit is the term for the tremendous amount of data that's already been, and research that's been done out there. And that will play a role in that will play a role in the research that we will be doing. We went around the room after a fairly robust discussion, and the questions that were asked were two. After we had, and we wanted to get a poll of everybody there, and we determined that people were fairly knowledgeable in their own spheres. And the questions were, what is the most important thing that we should be finding out? And what's the method that we're going to go after that thing that we're looking for? And we determined that first of all, because the disability types, it's very segmented. And hearing, for example, the hearing disability is completely different and would have a completely different basis than sight-based disabilities. And as a result, you have to use different methods, and there are different statistical bases to go in. Deborah talked quite a bit about the validity of qualitative data, and what role will qualitative data play. And we determined that it probably would be used to sell whatever statistics we came up with, but the statistics themselves or the data itself is the reason why it will be funded. And or whatever result of this having the data and whatever we go from there, that's the reason why funding will take place if funding is needed. So as we went around the and polled each person as to what they thought the most important things were, it became very clear that what we should look at are the various segments of disability and the data associated with those in their segments, in their categories. And if I'm saying it wrong, please correct me. And then we also determined that because of the time limitation of a year, that we should also go after the megalit that's already there, and we should mine the research that's already in place.
Another way of saying it is, the suggestion was to do a megalit review and pull together all of the data that we can find about broadband and persons with disabilities, and then do an analysis of what we think it means and where the gaps are.
And the only new research that probably ought to be done, and this is toward my bias, is that data which is newly found based on the broadband map and based on the information that's now available through NTIA and FCC because of that data with regard to broadband information, because that's fairly fresh data which hasn't existed before, as a matter of fact, in the quantity that it does now. And there are also some corollary type research has been done that we can use as a standard with regard to the economic value to various nations, and there's fairly significant research that connects broadband to economic development, and that would be another place to take a look at, in addition to the megalit that's available now and the review that we need to do there. So that basically is a summary of what we discussed. We might come back around and maybe have some of our members of our panel or our discussion group want to do that later, but I'll turn the time back to you.
Thank you for a very good report. Just because I think there might be some common questions, I'll just follow up before we go on. You did mention that gender there was a correlation between gender and lack of adoption, and is that based on developed countries versus non-developed countries?
That's in non-developed countries.
Non-developed. And is it female are more likely to be the adopters?
Likely the female would not be the adopter.
That surprises me. Okay.
In the undeveloped countries, that was I think that's what was that the assumption that was prevented. I thought something the gender issue was, as a statistics.
It was age and poverty were the two correlations.
That's correct. Age and poverty were the two largest correlations.
And the reason why I'm asking that is just because of my travels in the East and throughout East, Central, and Southern Africa. I've just seen a lot of women using internet connections and being the business owners and micro businesses and micro loans. So my next question goes to your question about how the funding would be taking place, or how the funding or the research would follow the funding, or the funding would follow the research. Can you just clarify that?
That was just based on an aphorism that was mentioned, that the story sells, but the data is the reason why funding data is what causes the funding to take place after the story is sold. So in other words, if there is going to be some kind of result that is sought after the data is gathered, that it is important to have both qualitative data, meaning the stories, maybe the anecdotes, as well as the data that is a requirement. Somebody has to compile the data. Go ahead, Daniel.
You need to use a microphone, please. Who has I know Mikkel took the microphone.
He can come up here and use that podium.
Yeah, use the podium, please, until we find.
Sorry, just to put some color on this. I think the point on funding was really made by a service provider in the room, who said, indeed, the story tells, but the data sells.
Okay.
And that in order to ensure continued funding of marketing and business development efforts within a service provider, you need to provide data and measurements.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
We did locate the wireless mic. And then my last mention is we had a speaker, a man named Alan Gregerman. He wrote the New York Times bestseller called Surrounded by Geniuses, which is how I feel today. And I thought he was an exceptional speaker. And he actually, before he came, he did a mini lit search. And we actually learned about broadband and disability from him, just doing some work on the internet the night before. So, and I want to mention that his presentation is actually archived on the website if you want to see that, but it was exceptional. So anyway, so thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Deborah or Galen? Okay, then we'll go on to Jennifer, who's got the dual duty, but you know, I don't think she'll have any problems.
Thank you, Pam. Yeah, the panel I was on was a brainstorming session on social, economic, and cultural barriers to the deployment, adoption, and digital literacy rates of people with disabilities. The group was moderated wonderfully by Judy Heumann, Special Advisor for International Disability Rights. She had to leave. I was the rapporteur. That means I took notes, and I hope I did a good job. And we had some expert panelists, Laura Breeden from NTIA, Department of Commerce, and Jutta Trevenaris from the Ontario Centre for Inclusive Design. We had an incredibly rich discussion. There were more than 20 people in the room. Everyone was an expert on something, if not more than one thing. And it was very exciting to hear some of the information that was coming out. Lots of data was mentioned in our discussion that is now available from the ILO, the International Labour Organization, from the ITU, International Telecommunications Union, from UNESCO. I'm not sure what that is, UN, Education, Science, I don't know, something. Somebody else probably knows what that one is. I'm not an expert on the UN at all. NTIA and FCC reports, which is current. This was kind of interesting because sometimes there's not a lot of current data on people with disabilities. In particular, we mentioned the FCC report from 2010 of how 39% of non-adopters of broadband are people with disabilities, which is double people without disabilities, and that was basically kind of one of the questions we were looking at. We were specifically looking at questions that asked us about how people with disabilities use broadband services in the workplace. So we looked a lot at sort of employment-related issues as well as the cultural issues. Our discussions covered things like the diversity issue among people with disabilities. It's not just languages, it's also the disability themselves, and how people sometimes do not identify themselves as a person with a disability, and that's a choice we must respect. We were trying to take the international perspective and trying to address what goes on in more than the English-speaking world and the US, but clearly we were driven by our own experiences. We learned that of the worldwide 1 billion people with disabilities, 470 million are of working age, which is significant. However, the unemployment rate can be as high as 80% in some countries. We know what it is in other countries. In some countries, we probably don't know what it is at all because there's a lack of statistics. Another point made was that in developing countries, the concept of inclusive education is not there. So children with disabilities are not receiving education and are therefore illiterate, and they might be begging. That's their job. Apparently UNESCO has a report about this. The point was made that there are no global statistics on who among children with disabilities is actually receiving education, which is clearly a gap. The group also noted that many countries don't keep good statistics on people with disabilities, or they may define disability very narrowly, or it's limited to certain programs for eligibility of the program. There was also a comment made that probably people with disabilities that are invisible, sometimes cognitive disability or mental health disability, children with autism, for instance, are often not counted. So basically, the group was sort of talking about the need for a lot more statistics around our community worldwide. The other an overarching point made about statistics gathering is that it should focus on functional limitations. We should move away from type of disability and how this is a limitation in terms of broadband adoption from our point of view. When we discussed work and where work is and where education is in regard to broadband, we noted that the concept of where those are has changed. The point was made about telework means you can work from anywhere, you can get educated at home, and this is all due to these new technologies, the mobile handheld, the availability of broadband. The group also noted that good broadband quality is needed for these activities to occur for people with disabilities. In other words, higher speed. And this is just my own comment, this was not really specifically discussed. I mean, when we talk about broadband, we're talking about it very often looking backwards, as Marshall McLuhan would say, we're looking at it compared to dial-up, which is the comparison we tend to make, when really we should be thinking about what broadband is doing and what it's all about. Anyway, let me go on to what the group actually talked about, not my own thoughts. The other issue that was raised around work at broadband to the home was that many people with disabilities in different countries are kept at home or don't ever get out of the home. So the whole idea of bringing broadband to the home and work be available there and education will be available there sometimes counters the needs from a civil rights perspective of our community. So that needs to be borne in mind when it comes to particularly employment. Issues were also raised about accessibility of other social systems, such as public transportation, when it comes to employment, because the workplace is often where the broadband is, and that's where your exposure to what broadband can do can occur. The group had a lot of discussion about the actual questions themselves. We felt that we should assume that everyone with a disability wants to be employed like everyone else, that it was a holistic issue, and that employment has tertiary beneficial effects in terms of the whole civic social engagement aspects of broadband. So it was noted as a critical issue. There was a question about, are people with disabilities more likely to participate in commerce, civic, and social engagements if there is broadband? And this again erased the whole issues of illiteracy, relevancy for people with disabilities, and how people with disabilities are seen just as consumers. And we need to go beyond this. We need to be seen as part of the content creation ecosystem if we're going to expand and deploy more broadband. Hold on, I'm just skipping through my notes here. There were some questions about unemployed and underemployed people with disabilities. Could more people with disabilities become employed if broadband services were available in the workplace? You know, we had some sort of discussion about that and said, well, yes, of course, you know, broadband's in every workplace, but then we realized that's not true worldwide, and that there are probably other issues around employment, such as some of the structural problems in regard to the benefits programs, which exist outside of whether broadband's available or not. The technology is not the problem very often. It may be the benefit programs has a problem. There was also the point of view that we should look at broadband from the point of view that it's a utility, not target people with disabilities specifically. It's about access and availability of broadband. It's like turning on the lights. Everybody wants that. So it's true with broadband. Everybody wants access and to get on and do stuff. So there was this whole point of view thing that we were raising in our discussion around the cultural and social issues. There was, I think, a general consensus that we need more surveys, more research, more data, especially in regard to legacy technologies and some of the newer technologies, how people are actually using it, the actual devices, how they hook on to the internet and use it for the specific purposes they want. If it's an adoption issue, the focus could be much more on the cost issues for people with disabilities, the cost of buying for something, the cost of subscription, and those kind of topics. We recommended that there be a lot more surveying about solutions for accessibility and the specific solutions that people with different functional limitations would have. I think there was a consensus, I'm saying this, I'm not really sure, that the group thought that in terms of growing the market, that getting connected to friends and children via social media and having access to all the functions that you can find is one way to encourage adoption and greater deployment. I'm sure there was a lot more things said that I didn't capture, but it was a very rich discussion, and I took 5 pages of notes, which I just encapsulated as one page for us now. So I hope to be able to hand that off to Daniel, maybe, and you guys can do something with it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Just a couple of comments. It did sound like it was a very thoughtful discussion, and just because the purpose of time and how many questions we had to divide it up into 3 sections. But I sure wish I could have been at A and B. I was at C.
Sorry.
No, wait till I introduce C, because you all hit a home run. And I just wanted to note that to people that we actually did invite Facebook to be here. And Facebook had a number of meetings with the Federal Trade Commission last week on privacy issues. They got back to me maybe 4 times total. They were saying, we're such a small and new office here in DC. We want to do it. Can we get back to you tomorrow? And then the next day they'd say, we want to do it because we want to talk about social media pushing adoption. And at the end, of course, they're not here, but I did want to say that they were very friendly to me and said, please keep us on your list for your next conference on this issue. So anyway, and then I'm going to go to brainstorming session C, except I'm going to let Greg Vanderheiden make a comment. We need a mic for Greg.
Can I ask a question while you're waiting for that?
Yes.
Question for Jennifer. Did civic engagement and political participation come up at all in the discussion?
Yeah, it came up as one of the benefits of broadband, but we actually really struggled with these questions because we know that broadband is not always available to everybody. So there's plenty of other ways to do civic engagement. Whether people actually do it that way it's how you do it. But my colleagues are in the room. I'm sure they will know better what was said.
Okay. Yeah, the question I had was, when we look at the statistics and the things that are available about broadband adoption, often they appear to be whether or not the houses are connected, not the people. And also not whether they can actually use it. So broadband adoption doesn't measure whether or not the people are using it or if they've done more than actually just gotten on it once. Have you ever connected to the internet? Yes, okay, you're adopted. It would remind me if you were talking about are people engaged in the public education system, and you measured it by, is there a school in their neighborhood, they're covered. Or have they ever set foot inside of a school? Okay, then they're engaged in the education, or they've gotten a public education. So is there any discussion or ideas for how we can change the dialogue from counting the number of times a connection got near somebody or they actually touched it one time to some measure of how many people are actually able to use the internet in a productive fashion or able to use it in a fashion that's equivalent to other people or something like that?
Yeah, there was a couple of things that came up in discussion. One was Laura Breeden mentioned that some of the data that they have gets to a little bit more granularity around the non-adoption, and I don't know what that data is, but it's there apparently in that report that they have recently issued. We also talked a little bit about how there needs to be more research on how people actually use the devices that are attached to the internet and what they're actually doing. I mean, I recently heard a story about an elderly person who was being encouraged to use a tablet by their younger family member instead of using their standing desktop computer. And the elderly person said, no, I don't want to do that. This is, for me, my computer is in the other room. It's a way for me to get off the couch from watching TV, get some exercise, and walk into the other room to use my computer. So it's about how people use stuff, I think, and that's the research that we're missing.
In answer to that question also, it turns out that we had from a couple of, we had a long discussion about how Twitter and Facebook actually are perhaps definers of broadband use for different categories of disability. For example, blind will use Twitter more than Facebook, just because of the visual, the Facebook doesn't have as much meaning for someone who's blind, obviously. But both were very important applications that perhaps could be in fact used in the, as we mine the data, so to speak, and maybe in fact applications we determined were, application use was probably much more important as we start looking at the data than other factors, because of the segmentation. It's going to be the applications that in fact are the where the distinctions take place and where the usage can be measured best. I think I got that right, did I not?
To some extent.
Okay, well that's why I turned to you, so you can fill in the gaps. Thanks.
As I understood it, one of the points made was that the Facebook and Twitter comparison is that there are ways that Twitter has been made accessible for people who use screen readers, whereas Facebook has not. And so there's more people who are blind who are using Twitter. And that it may make sense in getting more granular in terms of what kind of data we are seeking and how we're defining adoption, to look at not just, you know, are you using it, but what are you using it for? And for young people especially, use of social media is, you know, sort of like dial tone.
Mm-hmm.
And so the point being that if somebody isn't using social media, then there may well be information that can be gleaned about why they're not. If you have a disability, that's very revealing about what some of the barriers are. In talking about the data, though, the question that you asked, Greg, is a good one. It was also pointed out in our group that if we look at adoption in terms of whether there's somebody with a disability in a household, that might not tell us anything, because if the household, say, has teenagers, it could be that the person with the disability in the household is still not using at all, or and that even if somebody with a disability, and the example was given of the high penetration of broadband for people who are deaf, who became early adopters because of video relay. But an interesting question is raised is, are the people who are deaf using the broadband for anything other than video relay? Because that tells us something about adoption and how we define adoption. If it's a disability-specific purpose, and yet we're measuring everybody else in terms of, are they using it for employment, are they using it for shopping, are they using it for social media and watching movies, then we may not be making the same measurement when it comes to people with disabilities. So there's a lot to the question of what is it that we're measuring when we, and how are we defining adoption, that really goes to granularity
And part of the reason for wanting to at least start with the mega lit review is to find out just how granular any of the current data is. Is it measuring, the individual with a disability, or is it measuring the family unit? Is it measuring, as some people said, usage, meaning I used it once, as you said, or I'm using it every day? And is it measuring what people are using it for? There's just lots of different ways to slice and dice that.
Hi, this is Pam. I wanted to add to that. One of the, we made so many copies of everything in electronic versions, large print, regular print, and the one thing that I didn't make or get copies made of is a October 2011 report and order done by the FCC's International Bureau. And it measures, it's an annual report that measures broadband adoption and deployment around the world. And if you sign up on the electronic list, I'd be happy to send you a copy. It's actually sexy reading. And it actually struggles with this question, Greg, that you mentioned, because it says, should we measure by household or should we measure by individuals in a household? And they did say that they were measuring by wireless phone numbers, because one wireless phone number would be equivalent at this point when they're doing their measurements and their annual report is one person, even though it could be a family of 5 that's sharing that one mobile phone. But they said for this year, it sounded as if they were on the cusp of changing from household to people in the house, and that they were going, for this year's report, they were going by household. However, the landscape may have changed, the data available may have changed, and in next year, the 2012 report, it might be number of people. So. And it's also actually very interesting in terms of the information in the report. Is there anyone from the Commission or outside the Commission that is very familiar with that report? I encourage you to sign up, and I'd be happy to send it to you. It's good.
I had a question.
Okay, question? Okay.
I had a question, comment on Greg's point about what does adoption mean, and what Deborah said about that. In connection with broadband adoption work more generally, there's definitely a distinction made between availability and adoption. Availability where you actually have broadband available to you if you want it, and adoption if you decide to use it. And there is, I think, a very healthy and robust discussion about what adoption means in general. And I think that we should take note of that, and we should push that into this inquiry. In other words, is it just using broadband once? Is it using it for a particular purpose? What are you doing? However, I would caution the following. I think we need to be consumer focused, and we need to not be judgmental about what consumers choose to do with broadband, why they find it useful. If somebody finds it useful to watch videos and somebody else finds it useful to search for a job, certainly at a sort of social level, you can make policy differences between those activities. But at the consumer level, in terms of why they find it useful, I think we need to take seriously what consumers prefer and value that. So if they're logging on for video relay service and that's it, that might be adoption for that consumer. If they're watching videos, or if they are using social media the way that Jennifer is right now, that may be adoption.
She's busy tweeting for work purposes.
In other words, I would say in Twitter language, let's be consumer focused about adoption and take that seriously. And related to it is sort of a point that I always make whenever my friends talk about broadband as a utility, which I think for purposes of this inquiry, we should think of broadband in a more nuanced way as a platform for collaboration, a platform for innovation, a platform for engagement. Because I think that that is a more robust way to talk about the value and also the complexity of the inquiry, which we have yet to chime in from Group C's perspective about that. But there's that other dimension to it as well in terms of marketing and outreach.
Okay, thank you. Very thoughtful comments, and you're going to have to wait just a second to hear more about Session C, the rock star C. I'm going to say something, and then we're going to go to Jim Tobias real quick, and then we're going to go to Session C. I believe that you'll get it in there somehow. Jim's not shy at all. But I should have mentioned this when Greg Leibach was here. He was on Session C. But I was wondering if we, the United States, have statistics on sign language users, not deaf, hard of hearing, but sign language users, and we could count the number of broadband connections for VRS and see what the percentage or the correlation between those two numbers, and that would give us at least a number to start with one particular subsection of the disability community and broadband adoption. But
that's an easy count, by the way.
It's a very easy count. We've got it upstairs on our own PCs. So, but without further ado, I do need to move to Session C, and I have to say that Fernando did an excellent job in moderating it, and our two panelists were great, and so was our rapporteur, and it was fascinating to hear the discussion about different ways that data is needed and marketing can be done successfully, and outreach, some failures, some winning stories. So without further ado.
Thanks, Pam. So I had the privilege of moderating brainstorming Session C, outreach and marketing to persons with disabilities, best practices and lessons learned. We essentially were charged with answering the question, what do stakeholders need to know regarding outreach and marketing to people with disabilities? And I can tell you as an overview, we had Greg Leibach from the FCC, Diana Zeitzer from Disability.gov, and Evelyn Jackson from AT&T Mobility, who was my rapporteur and will present all of the findings or summarize them. I would say, to provide a general framework to it, that we learned about the importance of the multiple stakeholders, that is, the private sector, consumers, civil society, organized entities, and government, local, state, and federal as well. And then, in addition to those dimensions, we learned about the real importance of segmenting consumers by their needs and their interests. That is, not talking about generally people with disabilities or as disability in general, but very much by disability or by consumer need, which is almost second nature when you think about marketing. But in this discussion, it's really important to keep that in mind. And my favorite point was made by Greg Vanderheiden when he talked about how we're drowning in data but starving for information. I really think that's true. We have a lot of data. Getting the information out of that data and helping to direct the next level of inquiry is what our discussion was about, and I'll let Evelyn tell you about it.
Okay, so as Fernando kind of has already pointed out, and I think this is kind of a overarching theme that you've actually heard everybody else say in their readouts of their session, is everybody needs to touch on more market research, and there's economic concerns and the use of social media and inclusion of friends and family and universal design. So we actually got a lot of that feedback within our own session as well. So just wanted to hit a couple of high points of some specific points that were made and brought about. And as Fernando has already hinted on, that when you're marketing to the disability community, you can't market to the disability community as a whole, but you need to market to specific groups or to specific needs within those communities. Nonprofits and advocacy groups play a big role in the marketing of the products and services, because word of mouth is one of the main ways people find out about products and services that are available out there today. When you are doing your marketing, you need to include your family, or we need to include family and friends when we're marketing to these groups, because they are a support structure. And this I'm not sure who said it, but it might have been Axel, but to include age-related disability as a category, because some people don't self-identify or think of themselves as having a disability. And one of the stories I think was, as a person gets older and they just can't see the menu anymore, they don't really realize that they might be getting a disability, but they just can't see the menu anymore. So actually marketing to age-related disability as a segment, to include that as well. Older adults will go to other family members for help, like looking something up on the internet, so that's one of the reasons that you want to include family and friends from a marketing perspective. Some of the challenges that were brought up for adoption of broadband are the economic concerns. There's worry about jobs and housing and food. So why would somebody choose the adoption of broadband over something else like food? So that again is one of the biggest concerns, which I think has been brought up on the other two panels was the economic concerns. Number two was the awareness that something even exists. Programs are out there, but nobody knows about them. And again, Greg, Fernando brought it up, the statement that you made was people are drowning in data, but starving for information. And number four was direct access, making sure that they have the proper interface, that the content delivered has the interface that people can use. So it's kind of relevance versus usability. And then finally, some of the needs. Again, I think everybody has touched on this, so obviously there is a great need for market research. And then training specific to the individual disability segments. I think Judy brought it up about people who use technology are going to get the technology the same way as everybody else through the mainstream. And one of the biggest problems is the training of the people who interact with the customer. So you're looking at the training of your sales reps who are not fully trained on accessible functions or features of the products. So we need to get a little bit better at that. Let's see, again, more data collection on each specific disability or usability, and communicate in preferred methods when you are talking with your customers. Greg specifically brought up the point as one of his main modes of communication is video relay. So when he has an issue, I think it was Verizon, he actually uses video relay when he's communicating with the customer service. And then Axel brought up a really good point of making sure, and this kind of goes back to awareness that something even exists, that if companies or industry can package or bundle products and services for specific groups, that kind of helps alleviate the problem of not being aware that something exists because you've already got it packaged to a specific group or disability or usability. I think that kind of about sums it up. You got anything to add?
One of the things, you and I talked about this beforehand, and it didn't come up in the panel as much, but it was an observation that we both had, and I think it's worth mentioning to the broader group about the process of research, how to get it done. In a way, all of the different stakeholders have access to their own set of information, but there is a need to aggregate some of the data that's available from government sources and from studies that are broader about the population in order to jumpstart private sector market research activities. That from a company perspective, doing research in this field may seem either daunting in terms of what questions to ask, or it may not fit into ongoing research that's being done. But being able to provide, as this inquiry might, an opportunity to access data that's available in a usable way in order to then sell, as it was mentioned before, because data sells, is a really important opportunity. So I think what we discovered was you've got focus groups, you've got consumer panels for testing ideas, but the broader data about what works and what doesn't work, this is an opportunity to put it together in the inquiry.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask two questions, and I'm going to go down the line and ask panelists to respond. And when you respond, if you want to respond to something else that's been said, please do so, and then we're going to open it up to the audience. My first question for you to answer, and don't feel like you have to say something if you don't have a formulated opinion, but I'm wondering if the white paper, if it should be like a straw man or a skeleton with associated questions that later we can fill in, and simultaneously doing a mega-lit compilation. Is that what we're talking about here in terms of first finding out where we are before we know where we're going, and where we're going would be identified in the questions? So I'm just asking because I really don't know.
There was very strong consensus in our group about the need to compile everything that exists in one place to the extent that it can be found. Granted, some of it may be proprietary marketing research that companies have done, but maybe that can be obtained by hook or by crook as well. That would be awfully valuable.
Is anyone willing to volunteer that's from...
To hook or crook?
Yeah. Anyone? No, anyone here from industry willing to volunteer some information?
Don't all jump up and down. I think there are some questions that came up that we didn't necessarily have all the answers to. And one of the actually issues that came up in our group that was a fascinating discussion that I think reveals how complex it can be to try to discern what's really going on with people with disabilities, because disability is not the only characteristic that an individual has. As a, whatever other roles a person plays. And Jim Tobias pointed out that although most of the data that's been collected indicates a very big gap of broadband adoption and usage between people with disabilities and the general public. But once you control, there's a huge overlap in disability statistics between age and poverty. And once you control for those two factors, the gap is not that big. But then as we started talking about it, and so Jim was saying, doesn't that suggest that maybe accessibility is not such a big problem? But then as we were talking about it, to say that accessibility is not, that means that accessibility is not as big a problem is to assume that problems that are associated with aging and or income are not also accessibility problems, because people with disabilities are found so disproportionately within those two characteristics. And so it sort of goes around in circles, I think, to some extent. That's just my own personal opinion, Jim. And I think there was also just a really strong feeling, my own personal experience with disability research is from having been the director at the World Institute on Disability. And WID, as an the World Institute on Disability was started by people with disabilities with the objective of doing research. And as you know, sometimes with research, what you're seeking to do is validate or not through research things that people just know from experience. And I think many people with disabilities know from experience that accessibility is a huge problem. And so that then led us into discussions about, how much can you find just by looking at data, and how much do you need to find by doing more qualitative research? And I think that's a big question as well. But back to your question, Pam, I think the meta lit survey, lit review and analysis is a very important stepping off point. And I think there are other questions like the one that I was just talking about that we need to put out as questions and ask for input on, and ask other people what they think as well. That's my own personal response.
The point was made in our group that with just a year in front of us for this analysis and this study, that you don't have time to open up new minds, so to speak. You need to go after the data that you already have and take a long look at it. I would caution, though, that as a matter of fact, the old data may not accommodate the new target because we're shooting at a moving target. As I think about the changes in technology in the last 3 or 4 years, Apple has made a huge, incredible, transformative change because of the release of the iPhone and the iPad. And we're seeing just a huge change where we go from connectivity doesn't mean connection to a PC anymore. Connectivity has now gone to a handheld. And this has been predicted, but the impact of handhelds is just now being, as a worldwide phenomenon, it's now just being understood or watched carefully. And so I don't know if the old data takes into account the new handhelds and that impact there. And so I think we need to make a careful study there and understand that. And it goes to the definition of broadband also, which is basically, we're not talking about a capacity, by the way, we're talking about a fact of connectivity to each other and a World Wide Web, so to speak. And so I think we just need to be very careful as we look at the data to make sure it's not stale or contains the elements that we really need to have to be current. And with regard to, what was your next, you had 2 questions, a 2-part. One was methodology, and the other was
asking questions.
Yeah, the types of questions.
The first was, do we need to, the white paper, maybe be a straw man of questions, and the second component was, what was my second?
Well,
Deborah, you answered.
And I had an interesting feeling about that. As you, straw men sometimes are, if you do a straw man type situation, people don't value it as much. It means that you are not authoritative yet. My hope is that we come out of this study with some really good answers, and if we go into it with too many questions, we need to be honest about it, that we don't know all the answers, obviously, and we might have more questions than we have answers, but if we go into it in such a way that we have too many questions, I don't know that we'll have a result that we like. I think we need to have some definitive answer and some goal that we know we can answer, and that's going to propel us to another step rather than have to do another study. So we need to be definitive whatever happens.
Good point. Jennifer?
Well, I'm still wondering, maybe this sounds rude, but what's this paper for, or what's the intent behind it? Is it just to aggregate data for who? I'm just not clear, what the purpose of the paper would be. I mean, I love papers because I read them all the time because I'm here in Washington, D.C., but really we're talking about people across the rest of the world getting, what they need. What does that paper do to make that happen? I guess that's really the question I'm asking, and it's just rhetorical, perhaps.
And actually, I'm going to call on Axel in just a moment, but it's my understanding that this white paper would not be the final authoritative statement or compilation. It would rather be a roadmap to what would become perhaps the next year more of a plan. First, we've got to, queue up the questions and get buy-in from all of our stakeholders and get participation and help with that. But Axel or Daniel, did you want to come up to the podium and respond?
Yes, first of all, thank you for the terrific summaries, and it was impressive to see the convergence of observations from the three groups, because there are some fundamental conclusions that are really consistent across the three reports. So to answer your question, Jennifer, I think the issue we have is in many places there is just a total lack of awareness of the issues at stake, and that is true for government as well as industry. And I think that the notion there is to understand what are the dynamics behind the apparent lower rate of adoption of broadband among persons with disabilities. And I think from a practical standpoint, when I talk to my friends from AT&T or Taiwan or Cable, and we have had those discussions many, many times at your locations before, it is not easy for private companies to really tackle the issue of marketing to persons with disabilities. It's a very, very tricky, difficult challenge, and it affects operators all over the world. Now, the beautiful situation here in the United States is you have the US Census data. You have, I think, called the American Community Survey, which complements the US Census. You have the Social Security statistics. You have all kinds of sources which are just terrific. So, for example, today we heard a couple of questions, and Greg asked questions several times in Group C and in the plenary session here. Is because a household has a connection? Is everybody using the connection in the house? Is the person with disability in the household actually using broadband? That's your fundamental question. I think you're absolutely correct. So, for example, I'm wondering, and I don't know the answer, and that would be the kind of a first phase thing to do. If we can find that we can cross-tab household with just one person, with the presence of disability, with broadband adoption, then we know that there is one person alone. Are they adopting or not? Are the statistics going to be very different from household with multiple users? So, for example, so there are many statistical tricks that we can apply to answer some fundamental questions without spending much money to collect some data. So it's like an empirical tweaking of the data to find out, okay, what's really happening? What's really happening? We just don't know. And I hear the comment between Jim and Tobias, who is here, and Deborah. I'm leaning towards Deborah because I believe that the correlation is obvious, but it's like a chicken and egg. How do you get people out of poverty? And in today's economy, you can say, well, there is not really an issue, it's just because they are poor. Well, another option is to say, hey, you can also look at the opportunity to have persons be connected and benefit more for opportunities. So so what I'm trying to say here is that I'm convinced that by just mining the data, and that was suggested by the three groups, having a first phase where we try to mine what we have, but do it in a very smart way, we can confirm or, to the contrary, maybe find out from an experimental stage that there is or there is not an issue. And my also strong feeling is that, especially after today, is that we may find very different results by subgroups in the disability community. For example, I heard today, and that was a suspicion, but that the deaf community is a greater adopter of technology perhaps than other groups. We need to validate that. I'm sure you will find some, if you can cross-tab by type of disability, by type of economic level, by gender, you can find a lot of very useful data. Question is, I sincerely have not the faintest idea whether or not we can dive into those federal publicly available data sources and how to do it. So to be honest, that is going to be, I think, our first order, is to find what it is that we can do in that first phase to mine the data. And we had in the room today, I think, all the people who can provide the answers. So we are very, very happy that we had this opportunity. So my suggestion is, let's take a few weeks, maybe end of January or something like that. And in the meantime, try to dive into that, because I feel like there's almost like a suggestion from the three groups. Let's go and see what we can do with the existing data and find out what are the questions that are unanswered that require research. And maybe some will be qualitative, maybe some will be some kind of quantitative. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to convey, and I go back to Jennifer, we want what Danielle would call actionable marketing data, meaning we need data that operators, service providers can actually use internally to make the business case for better service, better marketing for persons with disabilities. That is the objective of this inquiry, is to make sure that it's a multi-stakeholder approach involving organizations of persons with disabilities that should be involved in market research, the service providers, and of course, the public sector. So that's, I hope it answered your question. It's a long answer to your short question, Jennifer, but just want to re-emphasize our objective here.
That was very helpful.
Thank you.
And if you don't mind, I'm going to reinforce that, but from a slightly different perspective. And I don't know if you were here at the opening, Jennifer. Were you here at the opening? So we've heard here a perspective, the perspective from the service provider standpoint. I myself, over the last couple of years, have done a tremendous amount of work with broadband planners, be it that they're international, national in scope, or regional in scope. And broadband planners have exactly the same concern as the service providers, and that is, as such, they're mandated today as recipients and designated authorities to actually go and promote broadband adoption in their geographies. And for the most part, they're not doing anything about tackling issues of disabilities. And when you ask them why, they tell you, we don't have the information. We don't know how to tackle it. Same problem. Okay, so that's number one. Couple other highlights that I heard, which I thought were important, and it's a different way to say essentially what Jim and all of you and Axel were saying. And that is, if we go back to a terminology that's been used in the National Broadband Plan and in the existing documented research, we know that the barriers to adoption have been identified as affordability, relevance, and no, my oops moment. So affordability, relevance, and literacy, Now, you take each one of the either disabilities or functional requirements or impairments. Those three barriers mean very different things, whether you're hearing impaired, speech impaired, or have a cognitive deficiencies. So they mean very different things to each one of the disabilities. And digital literacy issue and moving up the digital literacy ramp is very different depending on which functional or disability impairment you have. And I think one of the things that becomes actionable information is if we can actually understand what the gaps are between the various impacts of each one of those functional impairments and disabilities on those three major barriers. And you're going to see wide differences from one to the other. So what we're trying to provide is to provide, as Excel said, actionable information to both service providers and broadband planners who are concerned with implementation in the field and carrying out a broadband adoption task for the better good of either their shareholders or the public.
I want to
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, and I want to thank Daniel for his presentation. I do want you to be brief because of time.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is it hasn't been mentioned, and so I think it's important. The notion of prioritizing, I think, is important here. That is not just a result that's actionable, or not just actionable recommendations, but at least a framework or some way to be able to convey to the consumers of the report some kind of order of magnitude in terms of how far the needle can be moved with respect to any of the issues, recommendations, data, et cetera. So I think it's great to have everything we've talked about, but I think what makes it really useful and interesting is, you know, some kind of ranking or prioritizing or ability to be able to do that as a tool.
And in my vocabulary, actionable is prioritization is actionability. So it's part of the actionable part.
Okay. Thank you. What I'm going to just say is a few comments, and then we're going to go to Evelyn. First of all, one thing that we forgot to mention from our Rockstar Group Session C is that 13% of deaf people, no, that's wrong, deaf people on SSI are willing to pay 13% of their annual income on broadband. Yeah. That's value. That's how much it means to them. And it's incredible.
Because people on SSI don't get that much money.
No, and I can tell you that I have some personal experience. I have a cousin who is deaf and has other disabilities. His wife is deaf and has other disabilities, and they pay maybe a little bit more than 13%. But that's more important than food. That's their life. And part of all these questions that we're struggling with, I just want to thank the panelists for being here, because it took a leap of faith. We don't know exactly where we're going, but it took a leap of faith to come here and say, I don't know what the answer is going to be. I don't even necessarily know all the questions, but I'm willing to come to the table and help. And I think that includes every single person in the audience. So thank you. And then I'm going to tell you a little secret. Jamal Mazrui, back there in the room, wrote a challenge, and it's not yet public, but you can watch for it. But it actually is looking for market research for equipment and services for people who are deafblind. And I think that that's a real good start on a very important segment of this population. So now I'm going to Evelyn. Oh, did I forget you? I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
No, Fernando, you go.
She asked a question.
Are you done? You're never done.
You asked the question that spawns it.
It's very provocative.
No, I was really happy to get the two answers I got from Axel and Daniel, because I've been struggling all day, kind of like, where are we going with what we're talking about? So it was very good to hear both of what you said.
I'll say this. The question was asked about data from industry. And I think there's a misconception about data from industry, because I can tell you that what we're interested in is how to win customers from them.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know, so
I see what
I'm not sure exactly what the data, and I think that they're interested in the same thing, and so 90% of what you get from industry, I don't think necessarily would be relevant or interesting. But I can say this, to the extent that it might be, you know, if asked the right questions, and if it's aggregated and you know, and safeguarded, we should be able to provide data. I just don't want to leave the impression by not answering the question about providing data that somehow there's this trove of data that we don't want to share. I'd share it. You know, it wouldn't be interesting to you about how to, you know, we want to win customers from AT&T, to the extent that we could do so by marketing better to customers with disabilities. That would be really interesting data. I'm not sure that aggregated with other data from other providers would necessarily give a result here that we're looking for. That's more about competing, but understanding the marketplace and jump-starting the ability to do so is a process that would be very valuable for everybody.
Which is a reason why it's so important that industry is going to have to be a significant partner in this process. Evelyn?
I guess that's me. I think one point that's been brought up again and again is having to do with economic concerns with the adoption of broadband, and one thing, several folks have said, you know, well, it's the right thing to do, but I hate to say this, but from a service provider point of view, not only do we want it to be the right thing to do, but it's got to be a profitable business for us as well. So there's kind of two sides to the tale there, which goes to the point that Fernando was making about sharing information, because of course we're trying to get business from Time Warner, and they're trying to get it from us, and we're trying to get it from Comcast. So there is a whole lot of competition. So I don't know. I think the information that each of the individual companies, the data and the research that the individual companies are doing, is not necessarily industry-wide or segment-wide, but more specific to the products and services that each individual company can market as a advantageous, what am I trying to say? Advantageous.
Yeah, as a differentiator.
Yeah, as a special differentiator between each other. So I think from the data market research, I think if it kind of has a general blanket ability, and I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of research out there that we're not even aware of, or just needs to be remanipulated or massaged in a different way to glean the information that everybody can use to be able to go out and help with the adoption of the broadband.
And to that point, just, yeah.
Jennifer was next, and then Galen.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Yeah, I was just listening to you discuss about how you're going after customers, and I was wondering, we've been talking about the non-adopters, so isn't that who you really are going after, as opposed to each other's customers that you already have? I mean, and then we've just heard about these numbers about 1 billion people with disabilities worldwide, and you know, we know 450 million of them are working age. Can I get you to shift to that rather than going after who you each already have?
And that's exactly the point of what we're doing here, is to get us to shift to that. And to get us to shift to that, the problem is that right now, companies don't study that. Okay? They might study a little bit of it, but really what they're studying is the consumer who's in the marketplace now, how to win them from somebody else. And so I do think you're exactly right. To get there, a lot of what I've heard is trying to figure out a way to pool knowledge and resources and experience in a way that contributes to collaborating and that contributes to taking action collectively, because it is kind of a collective action problem where, you know, there's this great good out there which is competing for this market, but there are barriers to everybody to participate in that market. It's not just the consumer has a barrier, the business has a barrier too, to understanding the value proposition. If we understand the value proposition, then we can offer something of value to those who are not currently participating.
Galen?
Okay, I have a, it's interesting. I wonder if Steve Jobs thought about stealing customers when he went to his garage and put together the first Apple computer. I think, as a matter of fact, that the market did not exist. And I think that what he did, as we remember him and his death year now, is that he transformed the world, essentially, he and others like him. And I think that there's a corollary here. In Arizona, we spend about $9 billion a year out of state money on education. We predict that using broadband and changing the way we do education in this 21st century, that we could probably cut that cost by about 40% in brick and mortar and have maybe a $6 billion price tag, saving $3 billion to the taxpayer. That, again, is transformative. And I'm wondering if we can shift from 39% of the world or the U.S. population not using broadband to 31%, and we find that there's quite a few people of that group, or say 30%, quite a few of those people are going to be those with disabilities. And what kind of transformative cost is there also going to take place with that, because we've reduced the societal cost of these folks' disability and into productivity, to greater productivity. Not saying that they're not productive now, but we think that there's a lot of non-productivity in that group. And but just the lifestyle change and what is the value? How do you put a price tag on that? We think you can. So we're talking about moving people from non-use. You're not even competing for those customers, to a particular situation where now they have a reason to be competed again for. And from a government perspective, now I was in the private sector for 29 years, and there's nothing about profit that I haven't either suffered through or desired greatly or whatever. And so, but I think that there's some very, very large issues here that are, and I'll use again the symbol of Mr. Jobs sitting in his garage with Steve Wojciechowski, and inventing an entire new market that has 60% of the world's jobs now are related to that transformation. And the growth, by the way, the entire growth of the United States in the last 10 years, our GDP grew based on internet activity. Every other sector was flat or subtracted. So we know that there are some transformations taking place because of this thing called the internet and this 21st century economy that we're working at. And there's 9%, there's quite a few people that aren't adopting it right now. And that's our hope, that somewhere we can do that. And I think this is a very, very important first step.
Okay, we're going to let Danielle speak for 1 minute. No? You're okay, okay. So we're going to go to Greg Vanderheiden and then Cindy Wydell. No? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. We need Jim Tobias on this list. So I'm going to clear the air. I'm going to put Jim after Cynthia Wydell. Is that okay? I've got it written in ink.
In ink?
Yes,
yeah,
in ink.
Mistake.
So, yes, we will get to you, I promise. Go ahead, Greg.
We have interesting your comment about industry, and a lot of the Connect America, Connect the World, Connect Everyone, is focused around the connection. And of course, for a company, once they sell the connection to the house, having two people use it, it's not another sale. So there's a real drive for that. So connecting the person wirelessly, well, it's, each person is another sale. So it will be good to get to the moving off of that. If we work to a different industry sector, however, they're looking at selling services, and they're interested in how many different people. But they also would be interested in how many different ways somebody uses something. And so I think one of the big pushes we have to have is to not only go from connecting a house to connecting a person, but to the point where we're actually figuring out how much that person is able to do compared to what they would like to, or the potential for them to be able to use it. So we really have to figure out, going back to the school analogy, not whether or not they ever visited the school, but whether or not they actually got through all 8 or 12 or 16 grades. And so how many users have done which of, how many different functions that would be meaningful to them. The other thing is that we, in our funding, and this is a funding and planning issue, we are putting aside funds to connect, to make sure that we have the wire, the connection to the person down which we can send content. Now, the funds are restricted only to infrastructure, that is only to the wires to get the content. They don't fund any content, et cetera. But we ought to be setting aside 1% of that to make sure that there is also the infrastructure to allow for the delivery of the interface that would make it usable by people who can't use the default interface. Now, this is not to pay for special interfaces, but just the infrastructure that would allow that when content can get to the house, that people who need special interfaces, there's a way for the system to know they need it and a way for that to get there. Now, they can pay for the interface separately, et cetera, but that infrastructure piece, so we ought to set aside, say, 1% of our infrastructure costs for not connecting the last mile, the last foot, to make sure that we have the infrastructure for digital inclusion, and this not just people with disabilities, but people with literacy, digital literacy, and language. So it's a whole raft of different barriers to actual use. So you need the infrastructure for that too.
Greg, thank you. I would be remiss if I didn't remind people that the FCC established under the CVAA a deaf-blind equipment distribution program, which we will be launching, I think, in January, which is $10 million a year, which is not enough, but it's a start. So now we're going to go to Cynthia Wydell.
I've struggled with the question of does industry really have data out there that can you manipulate to figure out what to reach the consumer, because on the plane here, I sat next to Nielsen, who does ratings, and I asked a simple question. When you do your surveys and testing, and you give them the equipment at the house, and you are measuring what users are doing when they're watching TV, cable, whatever, do you collect information on when people are using captioning? And they said, no. Why would we do that? And we had a discussion about industry, whether there would be any industry out there that would even purchase a model to collect that kind of information. So I just wanted to throw out there, we need to find an incentive or ways to collect this information directly. Even at ITU, when we're talking about standards for the smart home and the specifications for the smart home, wouldn't it be nice to also have that informed by data on persons with disabilities in the smart home? Because wouldn't industry want to develop that app to help those of us in the community to really have the flexibility to independently live? So anyway, that's been floating in my mind, wondering. I would like to pass the phone over to, mic over to Andrea Sachs, who's sitting next to me. Is that okay, Pam?
Can we go to Andrea after we go to Jim?
Sure.
Because I'm really afraid of Jim.
Okay.
We all are. Okay,
Oh,
great.
Jim.
And then
Oh,
Andrea
my.
will come to you. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
So I can stand right next to you and intimidate you close up. First, I just want to be clear about this issue of the adoption of broadband of people with disabilities, the disparity disappearing if you correct for age and income. I wasn't arguing that point. I was saying that that point is being argued in every other room but this room. It's a way of saying we don't really have to pay that much attention to the disability and accessibility issue, because once you look at everything, it goes away, so we can focus back again where we want to be on rural or whatever it is. What I was asking us to do is to grapple honestly with the statistics that are there, and try to understand and explain why those numbers show up and what that could possibly represent. So one example that came up was what I call the digital subdivide, which is within the disabled consumer segment itself, there are people who, you might say, over-adopt broadband, those who are most convinced and most taking advantage of its advantages for them. It's the functionality that lets them do more things than they could otherwise. And then there's a large mass of people who under-adopt because of, many reasons, not the least of which is a kind of technological pessimism that affects people with disabilities after having confronted product after product that does not work for them. I think they're to be forgiven for not being, rushing to the store and buying broadband, okay? So that all needs to be teased out, and I think it's really to emphasize David Keir's idea of that mega-lit review, that, there is information out there. There's an incredible amount of information already out there, and in quantitative form that leads us to certain conclusions, and we can always have more, but I think we need to focus on where we don't have any information and what value we can get in additional studies. I was curious, and I don't know if the person from NTIA is still here.
No.
But she was in the second panel, and it's true for the Commission as well. There is information that can be mined for this. The Commission, for example, operates all the relay services, not operates, but manages or oversees the relay services and, VRS, and now the deaf-blind system. NTIA just had, multi-billions of dollars to improve the adoption of broadband. What can we find from those programs that gives us an idea of how many people we're reaching and who they are and who aren't we reaching and who they are? Just to know, for example, the distribution of call volumes of relay users. Let's say there's 1 million relay calls. Is that 10,000 people making 1,000, 100 calls a month? Or is it 100,000 people making, 10 calls a month? That information is priceless, and we don't have that, but it's very close at hand. So I guess my point is that, and I only have one more point after this, so I mean, for now. My point is that in addition to just a passive, mega-lit review, I think there are some near-term opportunities for data mining and extraction of existing information to find out some of those things that we need. And the one point that didn't get raised in our group, and I haven't heard here except kind of echoes of, is the role of the enterprise customer, which is really key. We focus very much on the end user, the individual consumer with a disability, but that person is often not the decision maker about ICT adoption, and they're not the customer in that they don't pay for it. So I'm talking about employers and schools and libraries and universities and public access points. Are those people contributing, are those institutions contributing as much as possible? Is the accessibility that those institutions should be paying for, is that actually reaching the end user, right? So how many situations in libraries do they not know how to turn on the magnifier in the operating system? Same thing in the schools and the universities and what have you. And what can we do to work with, on a policy basis and on an industry basis, to get those intervening enterprises to do more in the adoption and especially the use of broadband by people with disabilities?
Okay, thanks, Jim. We're going to go to Andrea Sachs, but just real quickly, Greg Ellen, would you stand up, please? Yesterday was his birthday. Actually, I wanted you all to know who Greg is because he plays a very pivotal role in all of the disability activity going on in the commission. So you may not know his name until today or his face, but he's one of us. He's part of the team, and he's terrific. And I also want to mention there's Danny Cauldron and Mikkel Mora in the back. And for the last 6 disability events, they have been here nights and weekends, coming in from Frederick or wherever. I don't know where you live, Danny. You know, like an hour and a half or 2 hours away just to come and help with these activities. So special thanks to them. So now we're going to go to Andrea. Thank you so much for your patience. And then we're going to go to the man. I'm sorry, I can't remember your name. Krishna. Oh, yes. Okay.
Is it on? Yeah. Thank you, Pam. I've kind of got 2 points convoluted, and I'm not sure how I'm going to get it out with any kind of clarity. Deborah Kaplan mentioned deaf people on SSI who are paying 13%.
I said that.
To, yes?
I said that.
You said that, sorry. Mm-hmm. But you made a comment, they don't have much money, and that's kind of where I'm going. Annalyn, you said we have to make a profit. Now, I have been living in the UK for 40 years, and I went there and I started the first deaf telephone network in conjunction with my dad. We moved it over there. There were no statistics. I had to make them up. The thing is, and I did, because basically we did know that it cost 4 times longer it was 4 times longer to type than it was to speak. And of course, they wanted to charge us that full amount. Now, I had the pleasure of meeting some guy, it was Oftel, not Ofcom, and the guy was Sir Brian Carsberg. And he got it. He said to me, and I can't remember the words he used in the sense because I've been programmed to do politically correct language, but it basically was that persons with disabilities should have access to telephone service in the same way that rural communities did with regard to cities. In other words, the cities subsidized the rural areas. Now, I don't know how it's working here. We used to have a lot of flack that we had this, in that time, that free dial area, we could dial anywhere and it was free, where in the UK, every single call cost something. Now, we've come a long way in the UK, and there is equivalence there on what we use, but it's not 100% perfect either. But what worries me is that we have all this wonderful technology. There should be a tiered system of some kind to allow any group of persons of disabilities who would have a lower economic ability to pay. And I was glad to hear and then horrified at the same time that something was being done and that there was a reduced rate of broadband over cable. And I'm not pointing the finger at anybody, but I don't know who it was or which cable company is the company that's doing this. But the comment came to me that the service was a reduced one in terms of quality of broadband and amount of megabytes allowed. And that's wonderful and upsetting at the same time. It's not equivalence, but it is something, but not really giving the real thing. Because I mentioned in group 2 that if you were going to be on a relay service, video phone kind of operation, you might use up, the guy told me it was like 1 hour. I don't know if this is accurate, I have to check all this out. But that you would use up that megabyte download very quickly, and you wouldn't have any more. Now, I want all these 3 things to kind of be regarded, and I don't have an answer for this, and it isn't really a question. It's just I do not know if this is being regarded in the sense of cost equivalency, whether or not it is necessary to make money on persons with disabilities, or the situation could be in the same way that rural areas are subsidized by cities in terms of you don't charge the person in the rural area more And I'm not saying that you should not charge a person with disabilities, but in the terms of what persons with disabilities need, it's a lot more, usually, in terms of what they have to put out to be able to function. So is there some form of unilateral quality of subsidizing without actually saying, oh, we're going to not let you, you don't have to pay, you don't have to do this, or we're reducing this and we're giving you a charitable handout? There should be some kind of pricing structure that makes it possible for persons with disabilities not to find a financial hardship, and that it becomes an equivalence rather than actually paying the full price. Thank you.
Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go to Krishna, and then Susan Mazrui, and then we'll go to Axel. But mind you, we have 4 minutes left, and then a 15-minute break, and then the conclusion. So we'll see. The time is clicking, and I'm going to see how each of you do under pressure.
Thanks, Pam, for the time. I'm Krishna Jayakar from Penn State University. It's not the best time to be at Penn State, but we are doing our best. Now, I have to express two completely different opinions about the importance of data. First of all, as an academic researcher, we work with data all the time. And one of the facts I have to point out is that in spite of about 40 years of research about the importance of the relationship between telecom and economic development, we don't have a definitive answer yet, whether one leads to the other or vice versa. So I am doubtful that even if we have plenty of data about this question about disability and economic potential, we would have an answer with the data. But I'm always hopeful. So what I want to say is this, that if we have better data, we would be able to do very creative things with it. And I would really encourage industry participants or government to put the data out there as much of it as possible so that we can take it up, because data is the lifeblood for academic research. If we have data, we can do all sorts of things with it. Now, I just want to raise one anecdotal piece of thing. I know I'm looking at the time here. I just finished a paper on the relationship between wireless broadband deployment and wired penetration, looking at data from 12 different Asian countries. And what we found was that there were different patterns of fixed to mobile substitution going on. So the point is this, that not all forms of broadband are equivalent. It is not just a question of connection speed. We're not just talking about dial-up versus broadband. We are also talking about differences between the platforms themselves. So it's a complicated question, and better data would really help. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Krishna. And I was going to ask you, would you mind sending me that study, and then I'll offer it to the participants and forward it on? That would be terrific. Thank you.
I'd love to see that study in Arizona.
Yeah, it sounds very fascinating. Susan?
I think just to Andrea's point, it's not that we just need to have money to make money, data to make money. I think before we propose a solution, we have to understand the root cause. I know personally, I probably still have dial-up if I hadn't married Jamal. And it wasn't because I couldn't afford the service, is I didn't understand the value. Mm-hmm. And so I think we need to understand all the different piece parts so then we can come to a solution. And there might be multiple solutions that need to be put in place.
Thank you, Susan. That was actually very interesting, especially when I look at my cousins who do the 13% plus of their annual income. Obviously, they do understand value. Next, we're going to Axel, and he's going to be our last commenter, and then we're going to break for 15 minutes before the conclusionary panel.
I have almost nothing to say because the previous comments were what I was going to say. I just would like to mention that we have available on the table here a report we just released at GCICT on the use of universal service funds and how universal service obligation is interpreted. That's the book here. In 17 countries today in relation to persons with disabilities. In other terms, there are 84 countries today in the world that have persons with disabilities mentioned that have a universal service obligation in place. Out of those, 17 have actually programs for persons with disabilities out of the universal service obligation through the Universal Service Fund. So they do a lot of different things. It's very interesting. It's a patchwork of initiatives. It's amazing for all kind of type of disabilities and all kind of type of subsidies. But what I would like to say is that when we talk about persons with disabilities and the 1 billion persons, there is a very specific segment of persons who live with severe disabilities that need specific adjustment for which subsidies are probably going to be a necessity to make it work. But it's a tiny portion. The rest of the population, intuitively, I would think, if they perceive the value and there is a careful marketing strategy on the part of providers, market forces should be able to fulfill a lot of the needs. That's my personal perspective.
Thank you, Axel. Andre, did you bring that report? Can you send an electronic copy to me, and I'll make it available to?
Yes, it was on the little pen drive or flash drive we gave at the Enabling Summit, and it's on the table here. And yes, absolutely. But it's on the it was on the flash drive of the Enabling Summit. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So now we're going to have a wonderful break, and right at 3:45, we're going to start again. The panelists are going to be Axel LeBeau, Mark Reichert from American Foundation for the Blind, Daniel Aguillon from the Wireless Internet Institute, and Greg Vanderheiden from the Trace Center. Thanks, and have a great break. I hope I get to meet every single person here. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start as soon as Axel and Greg. Mark is going to get an extra brownie because he's the first one at the dais. And if he doesn't want his brownie, it goes to me. Okay. Clayton Lewis has joined us again. Thank you, Clayton. Axel and Danielle, I should say. Okay, he'll be back in a moment. Okay, so Axel's going to go ahead and start.
Thank you very much, Pam. Thank you very much, Pam. I'm Axel Leroy, Chisrea City. Thank you all for being so patient and so stubborn in participating to the final stage of this discussion today. So I think the conclusions for this session would be a description of what type of work we can engage in to respond to the question that we asked today. And what I suggest we do in this panel, if you don't mind, is maybe try to summarize what type of action steps we could possibly take from here and get feedback from the panel and then from the audience to see if those steps are realistic. So first of all, to remind us of the objective of this work that we are initiating here, we would like to find out what are the issues behind the fairly large rate of non-adoption by persons with disabilities of broadband services. And so we had those discussions today that really gave us a lot of hints as to where the issues may be, but we don't have any tools right now to validate those hypotheses. So on the other hand, we do have, and that was certainly confirmed today in the discussions, we have a lot of available sources that may not be mined as extensively as they could. So I think the first order of priority, if I understood it from the three panels today, is to take the available data and then analyze that data and then see if that data can be transformed into actionable marketing data for broadband planners in different states, as well as the private sector service providers. So on my part, what I would like to suggest, I'm trying to be very practical here, is first of all, it would be great, Pam, if we can get perhaps a contact point in each of the federal agencies which happen to be the repository of the most important data that we may need in that initiative. And so I know, for example, the FCC has data, NTIA has data, Social Security has data, the US Census Bureau for sure has a lot of data, and there may be other administration, Department of Labor and so on. All of them have data somehow, somewhere on broadband adoption. So if we could get perhaps over the next few weeks a conference call organized with contact points in each of those agencies and see to which extent those agencies would be willing to help us kind of analyze the data. Now, of course, I'm certain that each of those databases and have different restrictions, different tools available, and God knows what issues we may find. But somebody somewhere must have the solution to unlock those issues. And what I suggest then is, once we have secured the collaboration of those sources, is to have a group of volunteers who were part of this session today to create a kind of a little, very kind of effective research steering committee to actually define which type of crosstabs and which type of data diving we need to do to actually understand some of the key questions that were asked today. And what I would like to suggest is we that committee probably should develop in a very informal way those list of proposed kind of crosstabs and analysis, and validate those with our friends and colleagues from the private sector and among state planners, because again, we want to do everything we can to make sure that the data we're going to work on is going to be something that's useful. Also, I would call on academic participants, and there are a couple of here in the room today, to see if they would be willing to contribute resources to help us analyze the data, because we are what I would qualify as a shoestring NGO, and we don't have like huge monies as a large foundation, but we work a lot with in-kind contributions. And I would also like to start asking major disabled person organizations in the United States to see if they would be interested to participate to that research work, because as several panels have indicated it is crucial that from the start, disabled person organizations be involved in the analysis and the way we approach the entire research program. It cannot be done without disabled person organizations from the start. So we would need the different segments of the disability community, I think, represented in whatever we do over the next few weeks. And then perhaps once we get to the point where we identify the list of information we can derive from existing data, and we also understand which questions we cannot answer, and we need to do additional research. We also work with those disabled person organizations in the second phase to answer any questions that are unanswered with the data mining, if I may say so. So again, it's also a call for disabled person organization to participation. So again, it's federal agencies, repository of data. It is the main stakeholders from industry and broadband planners, disabled person organizations, and academia that I think would constitute a great team, and we are happy to get the ball rolling, and if Pam, you can help us, that would be our plan.
Looking for comments on that particular topic? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, on that particular topic, two things. One of them is these statistical databases are very complex, and understanding them is. It also takes an immense amount of time and skill. So the place I would turn to is the funding agencies, NIDRR, NIH, and have them perhaps turn to their funded programs. They have disability statistics, programs of various types. And see if you can get them to give you an entree and an introduction that would say, it would be really good if you could try to tease out these types of information, because these are the people that live with those data sets and know how to manipulate them, and they could even know which ones are available. Of course, we can't tease out what isn't there, and one of the things we were very disappointed in is the last surveys. They really began looking more toward questions that blurred your ability to get any information about things. And a lot of times there would be no specific questions about ICT usage, et cetera, or to be very general, do you have any problems using telephones? And so, you go all the way back to the most basic kind of phone, and well, I can use that, and it has no real ability to tell you how you could use the other kinds of things. So we should get whatever we can out of that. We might be able to influence it, so that's extraordinarily hard, what goes into future. But what would be interesting to do is to see if we can figure out through the companies, et cetera, if there's something we could find out, and there were some good suggestions today, where we can get indicators for the usage from company. There's this massive amount of information being gathered about us and about usage. And if we use them as not specific about people, but gathered statistics about when you come to a web page, what kind of browsers, are there assistive technologies attached and things like this, these kinds of things could give us some maybe better kinds of indications. There was the talk about non-adoption, and then we need to figure out what accounts for non-adoption, and in some cases they would say, well, it can all be accounted for by socioeconomic and age, et cetera. But I think if they are doing that based off of house data, then it's a sort of fulfilling match, because all the people are in the same house, and or if they're talking about one-time use, or we're talking about regular and robust use. So that's one dimension, and we should actually get some people together to do that, because as Jim pointed out, that's being used to dismiss even considering this. The other question they don't answer is, even if those things would account for it, the question then is, what is needed to move forward from where we are to adoption? And if you have people, for example, and I'll just use the very clear example, if you have somebody who's blind, and you'd say, well, yeah, but we can account for their not use because of age and economic situation, because they in fact may not be employed. But the question is, to get adoption is just getting, if they were younger and stuff, would they be able to use it without any type of accessibility or assistive technology? And the answer is no. So we need to not only look about whether or not you can statistically account for them, to what would be needed to get the adoption. And if to get the adoption would require that you have alternate interfaces and assistive technologies and things like this in place, then that differentiates them from the other people that fall in the same cohort. So this is something else that we need to be looking at around it. It's not just, can I account for where they are statistically, but what will it take to get adoption? And for those who have significant barriers to the interface, they can't use the material because of interface or format, clearly the only way they're going to be able to use it is to be able to get something to them that allows it to be in a format they can use. So we switch it from do they fall into a statistical category into how do we actually get adoption? And that may bring us back to the issues we're trying to look at.
Are we just jumping in? Is that how we're managing?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hi, Mark. Please do. Hi there. Hello. The sonorous tones of Mark's voice.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you all hear me? Yes. The three of you who have stayed for this presentation. Thank you all. You all are very brave to stay here for the entire day. I don't have any. I agree with all that in terms of reaching out to NIDR, in terms of reaching out to the agencies that we work with all the time. I have to say that I think we would be foolish not to enlist, urge, arm twist, beg our colleagues in industry to help fund what I mean, call me crazy, but it sounds to me like it's basic market research. I've always worked in the nonprofit sector, so I'm not going to sit up here and do some sort of consumer-oriented advocate's sermon about what folks in the for-profit world ought to do and how you ought to run your business. But it seems to me, especially on that issue of non-adoption, I mean, the only way that I can imagine getting a hold of that information is to ask the people who are not adopting this service. And we don't have, we can tease out all kinds of interesting little factoids from the data that NIDR and the various agencies have, but we're not going to get to what I'm going to dub the Susan Mazrui problem or challenge. And she said it at the end, and I hope you all paid attention to it. It's this business of, look, and if you don't think that Susan's not a capable person, and presumably has the financial resources that she could have adopted broadband and do everything that she needed to do to get to have the swankiest technology there is, if someone like that isn't interested or wasn't interested, we need to find out about that too. Yeah, I think we can mine the data for all kinds of socioeconomic factors and all the rest of it, which will be very interesting. But at the end of the day, it seems to me that it's just straight up market research, and the companies that are likely to benefit from that information ought to be those that, at least from a expectations point of view, ought to be on the front line of looking up that information. The other dynamic, it seems to me, we ought to be thinking about is, and it's sort of related to that Susan Mazrui problem, and I hear it a bit, and this is a totally different context, but in the so-called sheltered workshop setting, right? We want to make sure that people with disabilities are not languishing in so-called sweatshops, earning less than minimum wage. And the assumption is that most, if not all, those folks can get out of those or ought to be out of the sheltered workshop setting, that most, if not all, want to be out of the sheltered workshop setting. And I think there is a lot of merit to those points of view, but I think at some point we have to ask the question, once we've identified the full population of people with disabilities, how many of them are really that interested? How many people, we've talked a lot today about the benefits of broadband for employment purposes. How many people with disabilities are genuinely interested in employment? Not a politically correct question, but I think an honest one. And it's no thumbing our nose at people with disabilities who don't want to get jobs. I think we all can make a very strong case for why people with disabilities struggle with the whole employment question. It's not only because of discrimination on the part of employers, but because of health benefits, the social safety net, et cetera, that they become, for obvious reasons, dependent on. So there are a lot of factors here, but I don't think that any set of data that doesn't rely on a, excuse me, sir, excuse me, ma'am, you tell me what your dynamic is all about, is going to really cut through those issues. Anyway, that's it for now.
This is Greg. I'd like to further that, because I think, Mark, you hit on something really strong. If we keep going back and trying to talk to the survey people, the census people, et cetera, about putting questions, you just can't get there. No. But what if we did a good random sample, which is a difficult thing, but we took the time, got the funding, right, and we went and said, who are these non-adopters who have disabilities, et cetera, and then asked them, what would you need to be able to use the internet, et cetera, in a robust and a meaningful way? And we just go ask the question, and then they could say, oh, if I just had more money, and then you'd say, you're right, it was just an economic. And if they say, no, even if I had money, I can't do it unless I have this, this, and this, then we have real data, and it actually answers the questions we have, rather than trying to go see if we can't look at data that has nothing to do with what we're trying to do and make up or draw conclusions. But all that stuff gets very iffy, and I think that that's a good point.
Well, and I'm sorry, just one other footnote. In the deaf folks on SSI example has really got me sort of intrigued. The little wheels are cranking. If you hear all the squeaking up here, that's the wheels in my head squeaking. I think it would be interesting to ask those folks, well, why do you have broadband? Is it strictly because you want to make phone calls using VRS? Right. I mean, my guess would be that those folks who are deaf, who are in SSI, that want to have access to high-speed internet, want to use it because it's fun. It's entertaining. You get your television captioned, hopefully, more often, thanks to what FCC is going to be up to. Caption programming. You can play games. You can do all the cool things. So I think it would be interesting to find out, it's not just, gee, deaf people are really into VRS as much as it is, these are folks who, because of their unique disability and unique functional issues, can use the internet perhaps more than someone who's blind or visually impaired can naturally, right, without accommodations and adaptations. And what we need to sort out then, okay, well, based on that, what does that mean in terms of folks who are deaf being takers of broadband services? And the same thing could be said, frankly, for any disability group.
So I'm not sure how much time it will take to do the first phase, which is data mining, which is, I think, something that all the three groups agreed that was a fundamental first step so that we don't waste energy and time and money. But then clearly there was also the desire to measure exactly what you mentioned, which is, how much applications and services and contents people actually use through broadband, and also what type of accessibility issues they may be facing. And it will be quite interesting to see the pattern of usage. Let's say we had a sample of blind users and deaf users and other type of, and we could actually measure what type of service are they really using today? What type of accessibility features do they use? What type of device are they most comfortable with? We don't know the answer to those questions today. And so those could be very precious indicators for the private sector and broadband planners as to what is the need to push in different communities in terms of solutions, killer apps, content, services, packaging, whatever. But that, I think, would be probably like a more second phase that we would need to really build in cooperation with the private sector, broadband planners, disability community.
I think that something you raise here is that we need to do more than just ask. A lot of times you go up to somebody who is older and you'd say, what would you use the internet for? And they go, I don't know, I don't need it.
Yeah.
And then you'd say, well, here, let me show you some things. And they go, oh, could I do that?
Right.
So I think that when we ask the questions, we can't just do it with a questionnaire.
Right.
We've got to go and show how it would be. And so we need to figure out what it would take by actually finding out what it would take, rather than just asking people who have never used something
Definitely.
How to use it.
Definitely. And I think if you just look also the patterns of current users of broadband services who are persons with disabilities, you would find interesting patterns that could really be good indicators. Galen Updike from the state of Arizona had to leave because he was catching a plane, but Danielle, you know this community of decision makers quite well. You have worked with them for quite a few years now. What do you think would be their perspective on that whole thing?
Well, their perspective is the following: is basically, other than a handful of states that, and by the way, this applies to U.S. states, but it applies to European regions. France has 20 regions. Germany probably has about 15. Italy has about 15 as well. So those regions are all confronted with the same problems in terms of broadband planning as our states are. The mechanisms for funding may be different, et cetera, but and what it revolves around is they are chartered with optimizing broadband adoption in their region. And they realize they can't be serious about doing that unless they address this very large segment of non-adopters, which are persons with disabilities. At the same time, other than the larger states or regions for that matter, like California and a couple others, the others are saying, we don't have the information that we can act upon in order to be effective in this exercise. So guess what? Until we get that information, we're not going to do anything. Nor do we have the money to fund the research at our state level unless we're a very, very large state like California. And so at that point, one of the things that's been floated has been that they would very much like to see, and there's a convergence to a certain extent with the private sector then, like to see a joint effort of research which would inform them on, with the necessary information to pursue effective action within their mission, basically.
In addition to the topics that we've sort of been focusing on around counts and accounting for, I think there's some other things we need to be looking at. One of them is that I see a tendency to look at this area. We talk about broadband and then we talk about wireless as if they're different things. And we're even doing rulemaking that applies differently to wired versus wireless. And some people say, well, that's because the wireless has got a lower bandwidth. And you go, well, wait a second, I'm looking at LTE bandwidth, and that's higher than most of the wired bandwidths that a lot of people have as their maximum bandwidth in their area of the country. So we need to begin, I think, looking at the wired, the wireless, and we're going to be getting, we got fiber, we got wire, we got wireless, we got power line, and we need to start thinking about that all of this is IP, and it's all internet. And it's all one large. And if you want to break it down, you shouldn't break it down by the technology used to deliver it. If you want to do it, you may say, well, we need to make rules differently based on the bandwidth. And I'd say, okay, fine. If you've got a situation with a restricted bandwidth, then maybe you have to do something. Or someone may say, okay, well, it's got to be done based on the cost per bit. And you'd say, oh, okay, then we'll set it by the cost per bit. But everything, including wireless, the cost per bit is going to disappear, and the regulations are going to be sticking around. And also, standards, accessibility. You can't have different, the users often have no idea what technology delivered there. All they know is they're connected to the internet, or all they know is they're connected to Facebook or whatever. So we need to begin to think of this as being one environment. We need to be thinking about creating common standards, and again, internationally. We need to be thinking about one set of standards that we can try and do internationally. Companies can't have a website that's, you know, serving all different countries and have different rules for different countries. The different technologies, you know, you can't invent different phones and things. So I think one of the things we need to be looking at and pushing for is a real internationalization of the environment, the technology, the rules, the techniques, the approaches. And I see you're jumping at the bit down there to jump in. So Danielle, why don't you?
Yeah, and we'll then allow Andrea to jump in after that. But to your point, first of all, we have established, and we're at the very early stages of this, contacts with some stakeholders on the international side, thanks to this event here, but also outside of this event. And we will be having, starting interaction with an organization called the Broadband Commission. That's a international body organized within the framework of the ITU to promote broadband adoption around the world. That's number one. The second thing is there is a very strong case, and we've seen several service providers, large-scale service providers, jump or on those initiatives of thinking out of the box in terms of the types of services that are going over IP, that are riding over IP. And what I mean by that is there's all sorts of applications, machine-to-machine applications, remote monitoring applications for health, for security purposes, et cetera, that ride the same rails, so to speak, or the same pipes, okay, IP pipes. We're seeing a service provider within the next few weeks actually being able to monitor, launching devices that will allow them monitor and predict elderly people's possible propensity to fall, okay? And that rides over IP. And so it's not just the legacy services that we actually, and applications that have traditionally necessarily been marketed. There's a whole bunch of new applications which can actually service persons with disabilities and various types of disabilities with very profitable services and for significant income in some cases.
Andrea?
It's right there.
What? On the chair, three over.
Sort of, not an answer, but an augmentation to what Greg just talked about standards and having agreements. There are things in the, I've been in the ITU doing standards for 20 years now. I'm going on 21. And one of the things that exists is an ITR, which is a treaty between other countries to allow our telecommunications systems to work together. And some of you are familiar with them, and others say, what's that? International Treaty Regulation. Now, they were made when we didn't have the internet. And they do not have also an accessibility one, and I'm going to try and get that ball open. But there is a problem. A lot of countries do not want that Pandora's box opened because of certain trade possibilities going against them. And one of those, unfortunately, is the United States. They're afraid, they don't mind if they are strengthened in some respect, but they don't want them weakened where the United States loses its market share. And I have to investigate that to fully understand what that really means in real terms, but that's what I've been told. Now, we have to have a treaty to allow interoperability. And I think that's where you were going, where we recognize how we do things, and we do it one way, one set of standards. The other problem is in the ITU, we have about 10 study groups. They all handle different aspects of communication with both ICTs, and then we have the radio sector, which handles frequency. To get all those guys to recognize accessibility is still very much in process. So if I can get something put in, or someone comes to me with something that is an accessibility feature, fine. But the problem is implementation. So you can have all the greatest standards in the world, because standards are voluntary. You don't have to implement them fully. You don't have to implement them in the same way. If you got a treaty together, you would possibly be able to rectify some of that, but that is the biggest problem, is cooperation with industry, because of proprietary standards that are as part of their business, which enables them to stay in business and make money. So I'm working on this idea that, and I don't know how the US is going to react to this, but I'm going to be talking to some people and saying, what's the harm in doing an ITR for accessibility? And I know what the answer is going to be. Well, we don't want to open up Pandora's box on the other ITRs. But I'm hoping that if I say it long enough and loud enough, that sort of thing might happen, where the United States will take the lead on that and do an ITR where we can have cooperation between the different countries and how they're implemented, so that we can have access across the board with accessibility features that, as Judy Brewer, thank you very much. You read my mind. We have one brain between us, by the way. Cynthia and I sometimes cannot work without the other one. Mentioned that she'd like things mainstreamed, which is one of the thrusts that we try and do in the ITU. I mean, the accessibility group tries. So that's kind of what I wanted to add to what you said, Greg, and what some of the drawbacks are and what possibly might be a solution.
So let me thank you very much, Andrea, for this comment. Actually, several persons, and Susan had mentioned as well, this very important possibility that this be put for negotiation. And I would like to make two comments on that. First of all, obviously what we would be doing in this particular initiative here, which is to collect data, understand the situation better, is going to be public domain, so it's going to be contributed to any stakeholder who would like to use that data to, achieve our collective goal of improving broadband usage by persons with disabilities, including any parties to a negotiation for a treaty. So obviously we would be delighted if this work can contribute in some ways to this initiative. But the second thing I would like to say, and it's really out of the scope of what we are doing here, but it's a very important topic. So from our standpoint, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, in its Article 9, makes an obligation for states which have ratified the Convention to set national accessibility standards. That includes national ICT accessibility standards. Guess what will happen if each country has a different accessibility standard for hearing aid compatibility? You will fragment the market to the extreme, and the economies of scale are going to actually be hurt, meaning you will have less opportunity for low-cost devices for persons with disabilities. So unifying standards across the world for accessibility is an absolute imperative for industry as well as it is for persons with disabilities. I know we are approaching the closing of our session. Pam, I would like to know if you have any final comment or recommendation or indication of what you think would be the appropriate next step and schedule that you would envision after all our discussions here. You need to take the podium, I suppose.
Closing statements.
I want to be sure the captioner can hear me. It seems to me what you could do is solicit for like one liaison for the government, and I'd be happy to be that. I'd send emails to the different government agencies and within the FCC to see if people can come to the table or assign someone just to start. And maybe if you could find someone from industry, and someone from the disability community, and someone from academia. You know, you need one person to start the reaching out for you.
That's a very good suggestion. Thank you very much. Any other closing statements that you would like to make? Greg?
Yeah, one thing is we need to also figure out a different way of getting there than we have been using. I mean, our old model just isn't going to work. We've reached maybe 15% and we've used up all the resources, and many countries have got almost 0% and they've used up all their resources. We've got to find a new paradigm for doing this, and I think we've got to build an infrastructure that allows all of this to cost less and to be a lot easier to do, and also to allow it to be what we call localized or internationalized, so that as we don't have each country in each place creating all new solutions, but we can work together, create a locus of working together commercially and all the other efforts that are going on here. But it's got to work commercially, but it can't cost so much. It can't be so expensive for the vendors to create, to distribute, to support, because then they have to charge that much. It's the only thing. So I think that we really have got to sit down and look at how to create a cooperative, a collaborative, international infrastructure that can allow us to be able to do this in a lot more organized, a lot more collaborative, and it's got to be easier and less expensive. Or we're never going to get, past 15, 20% in our best countries, which is where we are. Well, we're less than that now. And in the rest of the country, we have countries where even in their universities they have no AT. So I think this has got to be one. So one key is getting data and understanding what the barriers are, and another one is going to have to be, I think, finding some infrastructure or path so we don't go to governments asking them to do something that they financially just plain can't do, and that's our current model.
Yeah, and I would just say, in terms of working together moving forward, certainly the American Foundation for the Blind would love to play whatever role. AFB for some time now has been, and this is great for us, and it's a shame for the entire disability community. AFB has been, for the longest time, the only seat on the Census Bureau's, consumer, essentially their equivalent of a consumer advisory committee. So we've tried to make the most of that, such as it's been, but our community needs to be much more involved in those kinds of fora. In terms of steps moving forward, you mentioned, Axel, about data mining, and certainly then reaching out, then doing the more market research. I think a third thing that we ought to be doing, and it sort of follows from the results we'll get from those exercises, is how to segment this problem. I mean, one of the things that I've heard over and over today is, we're talking about the world and 1 billion people with disabilities. That is no way to tackle a problem, in my humble opinion. I mean, I think that's a good value, and it certainly is the end goal, but we need to think of ways to start to bridge that gap in ways that are segmented. So in this country, we have a situation where we've got $10 million a year that's being set aside for deaf-blind equipment distribution. One of the conditions on receiving equipment under that program is that the person who's deaf-blind has access somehow to the internet. You don't have to obviously own or subscribe yourself. You can have access at a library or other places. But what are we doing in this country? And that's just one tiny example of, okay, we've got an equipment distribution program that's supposed to meet their needs. How do we make sure that folks who are deaf-blind have access to the internet? There are any number of programs in this country. I think of state vocational rehabilitation agencies. What are we doing to make sure that people who are actually in those programs trying to enter or re-enter the workforce have access to broadband in those programs? Maybe we ought to be thinking about how state voc rehab, it's a $2.x billion program a year, how is that program able to reach people with disabilities? How many would we reach then if we were to use those kinds of structures? Obviously, country by country, that's going to be tremendously different. It'd be incredibly arrogant for the U.S. to dictate that to any other country. I would imagine that there are some countries where the the frontline contact with people with disabilities would be religious institutions. How are we making sure then that a religious institution is able to put in the hands of folks, either literally or figuratively, access to the internet? So segmenting this problem in a way that is, contextually and culturally relevant, country by country, it seems to me makes a lot of sense. And there ought to be questions asked, or as part of this sort of white paper development, looking at how to do that.
Thank you. Krishna has a question. Yeah, and then I think we'll have to wrap up the session. Pam, right?
Just to throw out an idea there, one of the spurs for action for governments is international comparisons. I'll give the example of broadband rankings. In the United States, it was unimaginable that there would be a national broadband plan until the OECD began to publish its national broadband rankings. And when suddenly the US turned out to be 17th or 18th in the rankings, it concentrated people's minds, and they began to say, this is not enough. I mean, you should be higher up. And so I was wondering, I mean, we've got a number of international organizations here, the ITU, and there was a regulator from Africa here. Is it possible at all that we can have some sort of a disability access rankings, international? And that would be a way to bring pressure on national government to say, well, the United States is not doing as well as France, or France is not doing as well as Korea. And all governments should begin to do better on disability access.
So I will conclude with that very quick information. We do measure once a year the degree to which countries comply with the ICT accessibility disposition of the convention. That includes a number of indicators, and I'll be happy to share that with you. It does not include, unfortunately, statistics on broadband adoption by persons with disabilities. So we empirically and anecdotally, we went to different countries and asked if there were similar issues. And I was last month in Seoul meeting with the National Information Agency, which is a kind of overarching organization that promotes broadband. And they told me, yes, we are observing a lesser rate of adoption among persons with disabilities, and we don't know exactly how to tackle it. But it was in the range of 25%. Lesser rate of adoption among persons than the average of the population. So there are some pieces of data in different countries, but frankly, it's a vacuum today. So the purpose of this initiative here in the US is because you have such a great statistical resource, and it can be mined, we can start here, do a great job at understanding the basics, and we can probably leverage that knowledge all over the world and conducting other similar research elsewhere. But that's the intent. Start here in a very pragmatic fashion. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you, Pam, and thank you the entire FCC team for putting this together today. This is terrific, and again, we learned a lot, and this was a high-quality event, and content was terrific. So thank you all for your participation. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
All the world's problem solved.